good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good whatever time it is for you guys, and welcome to the Kitty stream. Hi! Hi! Where's the thing? Come on, show me the thing. Why is my chat like not working? Hello? Hello? Alright. Otherwise, this is being like all pissy. Give me a second. Game? Best City, maybe? This? Why is this not working straight up? Why is this part like blocked? Alright, let me check here. I'll delete this. This should work in theory. Is it not working? Why is it not working? What if I make it smaller? Ba ba bum 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 ba 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 ba. What's happening? Okay, now it's working. What if I zoom? Okay, if I do that, it works. Why is my chat all cut up though? I think my chat is actually well, let me see. Yeah, my chat is bugged for some reason. I was only bugged temporarily. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about, but at least it's working now. Bug. Alright, my apologies. I don't know what the fuck was that about. That was about, I should say. Alright, if it's working, that's all matters. Alright, good shit. Special login campaign, we're getting some loots. Absolute loot. Alright, we got big patch. Bop, bop, bop. I feel like the sound is not high enough. Let me see. There we go. Okay, what do we have here? First of all, what's happening here? Why are you tagging me in my options? What's that about? Control, audio. Royal Navy events, you know it's Upson. What's up? Alright, we got the maintenance compensation. Handbook! Hey, look at all those new quests! Build 10 times in total? Sure. Mechanic tutorial. Check your commander level by tapping your profile icon on the top left. Completed. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the cubes. Build handbook. This is fun! Look at all that new stuff we're getting. Pog! All the cubes! Easy 400 cubes thanks to this. I was liking a few more. Shipyard. Metalab. Rookie mission. Collect. I love balloons, oh my god. Alright, let's see here. We're gonna have to do a pulling session, right? What's that about? Memento? Jukebox? Oh shit. Alright. Okay, I think we're just gonna try and pull right away, right? I mean, we gotta. Have you guys checked, like, what the new ships actually do? Let me see. What does the internet say? Azur lane, lion. That's not the proper lion. Oh, there she is. World Gorging Lion Flame. Oh, should we do that? Who are the other new ones? We have, that was Lion. We have Trafalgar. There she is. We have Cleopatra. And finally we have... Is it gorgeous? Meta? Is that the character on better? Let me see. Glorious, not gorgeous. I mean, she do be gorgeous though. Glorious Meta. Alright, there we go. Wait, did they not? Ah, there she is. Just typed wrong. Alright, I think we'll go over the what the new characters do, and then we'll do the pulling session probably. Alright, let me just clean my glasses, because I need to be able to read properly for this. Holy moly! Alright, let's see. I'm not gonna go over the elite characters, I think. Let's see what we think. This is 0.5. Sure is. Hello, YouTube! Today we have a new video because the new Royal Navy event is out and the characters have been added to the wiki. So we're gonna go over what each of those boats do. So let's have a look-see. I'm gonna zoom like this so we can see properly. I might move to the left side if necessary. Alright, so first and foremost, we have HMS Lion. So Lion is the big hot lady. I actually really like her. I think she's very attractive. And not in too much of a Kumo way. It's that lady right there. Like, dude, look at her. Holy crap. I love her shoes so bad. Holy. Anyway, we are gonna check what she does. So first of all, obviously, she's a New York ship. She's a battleship from the Royal Navy. HP 84,033, 458. Yeah, okay, yeah, heavy armor. Efficiency, BB main guns 170%, CL main guns or DD main guns, so she can use either. That's interesting. 200% efficiency. Okay, max 3, 4. Entire gun 120, and then bow gun or officer's sword. Pretty cool. She can get MGM +1 for the main gun. Main gun mounts +2 basically. Salvo capacity +1, interesting. Secondary gun mount +2. So overall pretty nice here. Now, as for what she actually does in game, let me move here. I might need to zoom a bit more, I'm not sure. I'm sure this will be enough. Should I be in the middle instead? No. Should I be small? Oh, I can be small, there it is. Yatta! Lion reminds me of Anise in her skin. Anise? From Nikkei? I don't know. Alright. First skill, World Gorging Lion Flame. When the ship fires a main gun, 50% chance... Well, 100%, I'm just gonna read the max level, okay? When she fires a main guns, 100% chance to fire level 10 Special Barrage 2. The damage is based on the skill's level. When the battle starts, and every 15 seconds after that, fires a level 10 Special Barrage 1 that inflicts Lion Flame on all enemies hit. Enemies affected by Lion Flame take damage once every 3 seconds. This is based on the Lion's firepower and the skills level. And enemies sunk while under the effect of Lion Flame will cause the effect to spread to the nearest enemy. So basically, she has a special burn called Lion Flame that will deal damage every 3 seconds. And if it sinks a ship, the dot will spread to the nearby enemy. Very nearest enemy. Very interesting. So... I feel that does mean that she's probably gonna be relatively good for like, you know, dude, for mobbing, because she can like burn an enemy and then the fire will spread like super easily between all the enemies. But I feel like because this is a dot that lasts 15 seconds, you can definitely apply that to... Wait, actually the dot doesn't have a time. It doesn't say how long the dot works. Maybe it just stays there, the fire, until removed or the thing is dead. Interesting. Alright, Dust Moves the King. Increase the ship firepower and accuracy by 50%. We always like, you know, unconditional buffs. Increase the ship's shelling damage by 8% and increase the damage dealt to enemies affected by Lion Flame by 10%. So obviously, the dot that she applies on an enemy is going to buff herself, which is very cool. When the ships attack an enemy affected by Lion Flame, increase the ship's crit rate by 10% and crit damage by 20%. When the fleet this ship is not in starts its first, second, or third battle of a sortie, as long as the ship is still afloat, fires level 10 support barrage 18 seconds after the start of the battle. That is pretty cool. So she, obviously, we have cross-fleet barrage, and she has a lot of unconditional buffs, as well as buffs if she hits a target that's a Lion Flame, which honestly shouldn't be that difficult. because that pretty much happens every 15 seconds, right? And when the battle starts. So she'll basically be getting that buff pretty much all the time. Or like very often. As anytime she fires, she'll be getting that buffs, basically. Finally, we have Aegis of the Realm. Increase the ship evasion by 15%. Decrease the ship damage taken by 10% for each enemy on the battlefield affected by line of flame. Up to 3 times! So she can reduce the damage she takes by up to 30%, which is very cool. When this ship will take torpedo damage, reduce the attack crit rate by 15% and crit damage by 30%. Okay, so basically here we have like a kind of like alternative burn damage dealer that gets a lot of self buff when hitting enemies that are burning, and also she gets a lot of self sustain from unconditional evasion increase as well as damage reduction when hitting enemies when enemies are burning on the field. So I think that just makes her a pretty regular battleship with big damage that is able to just stay afloat for a long time. We would obviously need to see exactly how good her barrage looks like. But I feel like on paper, this is pretty good. It's pretty fun. And I don't know if this is the brain rot from playing Expedition 33, but big fan of Burn. big fan of Burn. So far, I kind of like Lion, and I think it makes sense with, the theme of the lion mane, and the whole fire. Kind of gives me a vibe of like that lion Pokemon, like the fire Pokemon. Was it Sun and Moon? Yeah, I think it gives me vibe of that Sun legendary Pokemon for some reason. Anyway, moving on. Trafalgar. So this is the destroyer that you can obtain from point exchange, basically, right? Because this is a dual your event, which is always nice. All right, let's see. DD main guns, 125. Stat-wise, yeah, pretty squishy. Torpedo damage is pretty good. She has some nice evasion, obviously light. All right, 125 DD main gun. 120 torpedoes, 2. Entire gun, 160, and she can use hammer or dual sword. She gets an all-out assault. Entire gun base +1. Max torpedo capacity +1. Preload torpedo +1, so we do have some preload here, which is nice. Upgrade all-out assault from 1 to 2, or weapon efficiency +5. Spread of normal torpedo launches reduced, which means that her torpedoes are going to be a little bit more concentrated. So that's very nice. Now, looking at what she does. Upon this blade shall victory be inscribed. Increase the ship firepower and accuracy by 10% when the ship fires a main gun. Alternate between using level 10 Heroic Wheel and level 10 Fearless Spirit. The damage is based on the skills level. Heroic Wheel unleashes a red sword shockwave that decreases the anti-air of enemies hit by 2% for 3 seconds. 2%? Okay. Fearless Spirit unleashes a blue sword shockwave that decreases the speed of enemies hit by 15% for 3 seconds. I will say what is kind of good here is that because this is a shockwave, I'm sure this is gonna hit everyone. Now 2% for 3 seconds and 15% for 3 seconds. I mean, the slow is kind of low and not necessarily for super long, but it might hit everyone. Now what I think is that because the anti-air decrease is only 2%, that feels way too low. So what I'm wondering, maybe the red sword shockwave means that there's multiple swords, and if multiple swords hit the same target, it's going to reduce, it's going to stack. But this seems very low. A 2% anti-air decrease, I mean, this is nice, right? But that sounds very low for a UR destroyer. I might be missing something. This might be due to maybe there's multiple swords and it stacks up, so that can be actually pretty decent. Maybe you get like a 6 or 8% decrease. I'm not too sure about this so far. Upon this corpus shall irradiance adorn. Increase the ship anti-air by 5%, 15%. When your flagship performs an arcing main gun attack, restore 5% target cost max HP and create a luminous domain on the battlefield. Surface enemies present in the luminous domain get the luminosity buff. Decrease the evasion by 10% and decrease the damage dealt to Trafalgar by 15% for 10 seconds. Okay, this is already way better. I got everyone 60. Yo, congratulations. I hope I'm lucky as well with my pulls. So here, first of all, she gets unconditional anti-air, which is very nice. So on paper, she reduces enemy anti-air, and she buffs her own anti-air. So she seemed to be She might be a pretty good anti-air destroyer. Now, what is nice here is that obviously she has some self-heal every time she performs an arcing main gun attack, which means what we have in here, right? Main guns, alternate between blah blah blah, arcing. I think this means either Heroic Wheel or Fearless Spirit. So she will heal herself basically. She fires a main gun. Oh, there's no specific cooldown on it, so it might just be depending on your reload speed. Okay. So she heals herself by 5%, and she then will create a big domain that reduces enemy evasion rate and damage dealt to her. So that's pretty good. She does seem pretty tanky with this because, you know, she has anti-air, she heals herself, she gains evasion, and well, she'll decrease enemy evasion and decrease the damage that they deal to her. So that's pretty interesting. By this power, shall duty be done, increase your ship main gun efficiency by 15%, that's nice. Increase your Royal Navy ship firepower torpedo and aviation by 10%. Yo! She's a big buffer. Okay, suddenly she's way more interesting than what I thought she would be. She's straight up just buff firepower torpedo and aviation by 10% for all Royal Navy ships. While this ship is afloat, when a fleet this ship is not in start of battle, increase the firepower torpedo and AA of your Royal Navy ships in that fleet by 10%. And she buffs cross fleet by 10%? Firepower torpedo and anti-air? Oh shit, she's a great support. Oh, she seems like a great support. She gets all-out assault every 10 times with the main guns are fired. Okay, I really like this there. I think this is very nice because I feel like we really needed a strong Royal Navy support buffer. And she seems to be it. Yeah, she buffs her own fleet firepower, torpedo, and aviation, and the other fleet firepower, torpedo, and anti-air. This is pretty neat. 10% is nothing to scoff at, really. Okay, I like this. I'm still confused about the 2% anti-air, but this might stack with the amount of blade that hits. So maybe it's not as low as I think it might be, which means that maybe the speed decrease also stacks depending on the shockwave. Now moving on to Cleopatra and Glorious Meta, those are super rare rather than ultra rare. So for Cleopatra, she's actually class Dido. That's interesting. What about the others? Class, okay. Okay, alright, let's see. Dido. So she is a light cruiser. For light cruiser, 4k HP is pretty high. Am I crazy? I feel like for light cruiser, that's a lot of HP. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I am crazy. I feel like I haven't checked numbers in forever, so I might be out of touch. 140% efficiency, CL main gun or DD main gun. That's interesting. That's two ships that can use DD main guns as an alternative. 130% torpedo. We have 2 here. Anti-air for 130%. Crossbow sword. Blah blah blah. She gets a preload torpedo. Max torpedo capacity as we saw earlier. Okay. Now let's see. 7 Heart, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Sunscott's Radiance. Increase the ship main gun and torpedo efficiency by 20%. That's good. When the battle starts, increase the ship's crit rate by 8% for each ship in your vanguard. For each ship in your vanguard? That's such a low requirement. What does that mean? Wait, for each ship in your... I mean, that's gonna be like 24%, right? Like, am I missing something? This is straight up just 24% crit rate. Hey, it doesn't say, like, each ship, like... It doesn't say each Royal Navy ship here. Okay. Can stack up to 3 times. Every 20 seconds, fire a level 10 special barrage. The shells of this barrage inflict 15% accuracy debuff for 10 seconds on enemies hit, and torpedo inflicts 10% speed debuff for 10 seconds. That's pretty good. The speed debuff is kind of low, but it lasts 10 seconds, which is nice. That should include a self, otherwise it would be very confusing. I mean, I'm sure it includes a self. What I'm very confused about this one is the fact that, like, it's straight up each ship. Like, I mean, I like, you know, buffs that doesn't require, like, that lock you into a specific, like, maybe it would have been for each destroyer, or maybe it would have been for each, you know, light cruiser, or each Royal Navy ship. Now, it's just each ship. So, which means that, like, basically, you're always gonna have that buff, unless you play with her alone in the Vanguard, right? Okay. Increases ship evasion by 15%. Lies, we enjoy unconditional survivability. When the battle starts, decrease your fleet's aircraft damage taken by 5%. Nice. If there is another Royal Navy ship in your fleet, further decrease the aircraft damage taken by 5%. So to a maximum of 10%, which is very nice. So here we see that we are getting a lot of ship that have good anti-air and actually lowers the enemy's anti-air or make their own aircraft tankier. So this seems to be like, between Trafalgar and Cleopatra, we are having a interesting focus on anti-air and aircraft. If there's another blah, 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 every 10 seconds the ship performs a horoscope reading, increase the firepower and torpedo of your Royal Navy Vanguard ships by 12% for 8 seconds. Man, another buffer. Okay. Then pick a random enemy and decrease the enemy's firepower and torpedo, based on which of the above two stats was chosen, by 8% for 8 seconds. When this effect activates, if there are 2 or more surface enemy present, this effect activates an additional time. Wow, that's pretty good. I kind of like this. And then here she gets an all-out assault every 10 times the main gunner fired. That's very interesting. I like this. Buff your own team, debuff the enemy at the same time. This is pretty neat. Alright, let's take Glorious Meta next. Obviously, she's a meta character, aircraft carrier. 6,700. 150 fighters, up to 3. 130% torpedo bomber, she has 2. 130% torpedo bomber, again, she has 2. She can use a scepter hunting bow. Nothing too crazy here. All fighters +1, obviously. Hangar capacity +1. All torpedo bomber +1. Improves synthesis of hope, glorious, all fighters +1. Okay. The entire ship seems to be popping up a bit more in the last event, huh? The 7 already did it, so it is with every newer ship for HMS that pops up that just goes, here, let me just do what you should have been doing from the beginning, Elizabeth. Yeah, I swear to God. I'm still upset. Why do we not have a fucking, like... I feel like they should have just made Elizabeth get a freaking retrofit and just give her all of those buffs. That's crazy. I'm so mad. Alright, anyway, Glory of Days Bygone. Wait, unless she already has a retrofit? No, wait, is she... Wait, is she... Dude, I don't remember. Let me see. Elizabeth? Queen! She's purple! Okay. That would only make her SR. They need to release a Quizabeth second or something and make her UR, because this is ridiculous. She says no retro. Yeah, I swear to God. At this point, I think a retro would not be enough for her. I think she actually just needs a second version. Alright, finally, Glorious Meta. Let's have a look. Glory of Days Bygone. Every 20 seconds, 50% chance to perform I don't know what this means. Headbutt on the enemy with the lowest HP. A headbutt? Oh, is it just like a ramming attack? With the lowest HP and shorten the reload time with the ship's mid-reload torpedoes by 3 seconds. 50% chance is pretty low, I will say. Okay. 3 seconds after glowworm assault activates, the following takes effect. Glowworm? So is she supposed to work with the new glowworm? Because she's getting a retrofit, right? Okay. Interesting. Interesting that they're actually making a meta work with a non-meta character. Alright. To take a glowworm activate the the following take effects. If this ship sustains damage equal to or exceeding 8% of her max HP during the above effect, she evades damage taken from enemy shells and ramming the enemy for 2 seconds. That's pretty nice. If this ship sunk an enemy, restore something of the ship's max HP. I think this is probably just an issue with the formatting. When the ship launches an airstrike, 70% chance to launch a level 10 special airstrike. Damage is based on the skill level. When the battle starts, increase the ship aviation by 15%. If there are 3 ships afloat in your vanguard, the above airstrike activate chance becomes 100%, and the ship accuracy increases by 15%. Okay, at least here there is a big... I hate percentage chance. I hate the randomness. This is probably 2%, yeah. It's just like here, chance to perform a 3% headbutt on the enemy with the lowest. I feel like this is a mistake here, probably. At least here there is a way to actually get a 100% chance. This is why I hate this. Like here, her ramming is only like 15% chance to activate, which is it's very fucking low. Let's be real here. It's very fucking low. Anyway, and she gets this ship's accuracy increased by 50%. This is pretty good. What about start this ship and your vanguard gain the Roseman Mark status? Every 15 seconds, another random ship in your main fleet also gains the Rosen Mark status. When a ship with Rosen Mark status takes damage equal to or exceeding 1.5% of the ship max HP, Stone Reprisal activate, dealing damage equal to 5% of the damage that ship took to the enemy closest to her. Additionally, once per battle, the following effect activates based on the number of Stone Reprisal activation. 5. Increase the ship's damage dealt by 10%. 2. 10. Launches a special airstrike level 10 listed to skill glorious for Evermore. So I think by 10 here, it's every 10 Stone Reprisal activation. Okay. Glorious for Evermore would be this thing here. The 100% chance to throw something. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. If it activated 20 times, after the ship launches an airstrike, the next airstrike becomes available immediately. Ooh, double airstrike. 30 times, set the ship detection gauge to 0. Interesting. So, you know, camouflage. 40 times, restore HP equal to 8% of the ship's max HP for all your ship that have the Rosen Mark status. That's kind of crazy. I, unironically, really like this Rosen Mark stuff. I feel like in long fights, where you can really stack it up, like against bosses and stuff, this might be pretty good. Interesting. I'm always waiting. I'm like... Honestly, I think she might be one of the most interesting meta characters we've had in a while, because I feel like most of the meta ship girls have been pretty underwhelming lately. But this is pretty interesting. Alright, Cinder of Hopes and Glorious. When fighting humanitarian fleets or boss fleet, increase the ship's damage dealt by 8%. There it is. Okay. Okay, interesting. Raid boss. Yeah, absolutely, Marksmaster. I agree. This is pretty interesting. Now, very quickly, we are going to be checking the retrofit for Glowworm Girl. She's a destroyer, obviously, from the Royal Navy, Class G, blah, blah, blah. And with the retrofit, she gains about 150 HP, 10 firepower, about 55 torpedo. This doesn't change, and then she gets 40 evasion. And the race doesn't change. Okay. Efficiency of DD main gun increased by 5%, and then she goes from 1 to 2, which is pretty good. Torpedo only increased by 5%. Entire gun does not change. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Retrofit. Every 20 seconds, 100% chance to perform a level 10 headbutt on the enemy with the lowest HP and shorten the reload time. The ship mid-reload torpedoes by 3 seconds. 2 seconds, the Glowworm assault activate the following takes effect. The ship sustains damage equal to or exceeding 8% of the max HP during the above effect. She evades damage taken from any shells and ramming the enemy for 2 seconds. Which is basically exactly the same thing we can see here from the Glowworm assault. So basically, the way I understand it is that when Glowworm does her ramming attack, her and Glorious meta get the same buff. The ship suck an enemy, restore 10% of the ship max HP. The healing... This might tell us that this is a 10% healing, actually. Okay, interesting. Vanguard ship. Is that the only skill getting... That might just be the only skill. Is it a new skill, actually? I think it might be a new skill. Because if we look... Let me check Glowworm. Yeah, it's a new skin. A skill. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. So basically, she just gets a 100% chance to perform a headbutt. Which now kind of makes more sense here, because basically this is like Glowworm's skill, but Glorious Meta gets a chance to do a follow-up, basically. So if you put them together, maybe they can do so interesting ramming, which is fun, because if you put like her, Glorious, and Mogador together, you might be able to do a massive, like, entire Vanguard rabbing shenanigans cheese, which could be fun. I would say, overall, I kind of like what Lion does because of the burn, right? Trafalgar seems very fun. We're really gonna have to see if the sword here for the shockwave actually stacks and it's become more than just a 2% debuff because it's a bit underwhelming. That said, I really like the rest here. The fact that she's a massive buffer for Royal Navy is crazy. I think Trafalgar might be the MVP of this patch. Cleopatra is pretty interesting as well. With the whole, she does also gives buff and debuff the enemy. And there's some things going on with aircraft tankiness. Glowsmita seems to be kind of an interesting ship to pair with Glowworm. We'll have to see how well they actually perform together. So there we go. That's my thought here. Very interesting patch. Very interesting characters. Yeah. So next, what we're gonna have to do is pull for the characters. So yeah, stay tuned. We're gonna do that in just a jiffy. Anyway, thank you for watching this video. For those that watch this on YouTube, and I'll catch you on the next one. Cheers. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I think the one I'm most excited for is, I mean, it's kind of easy to say, but it's definitely the UR characters. They're also the ones I like the design most. I think Lion looks absolutely insanely good. What the heck is this new surprise? True. It's not battles don't last super. Yeah, I guess so. Leonhardt, cheers! Cheers! Alright, let me be a little bit bigger and then we're gonna try to pull. Bap bap. Alright, it's time. Let's actually build our ship. Alright, the gambles are available. How many pulls do you think it will take me to get all of them? Not counting Glorious. Not counting Glorious. So just Cleopatra, Lion, Gallant. I want to believe and say 40 pulls. But knowing myself, I'm gonna say, dude, I'm gonna say 70 pulls. I think 70 pulls is reasonable. Right, chat? Right, chat? I believe. I almost went pitiful Lion. Oh, bro, that sucks. Okay, I believe. The bets are in. I really hope it doesn't take that many pulls. All right, let's get there. All right, first 10. By the way, I don't have that much coins because I'm kind of capped, but I think I have some. If we look here in my storage, I do have 100,000, so that's pretty good. 100,000. I've got 6k here, and also, hey, Leonhardt, thank you for the follow. Also, in my missions here, I did not claim any of those, so I might get even more coins in here. So we'll figure it out, right? All right, let's get going. First 10 pulls, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I have enough cube for everything in theory. I've got over 400 cubes, so we should be fine. Prince Eugen? Dude, why? She's coming out of nowhere! Oh, yeah, Chad is so cute. Look at her. Adorable. Yo! First 10 pull, baby! First 10 pull! Third pull, Lion! Absolute cinema! Absolute peak! Insane, bruh. Yo, that is crazy. Ain't no way. I'm so sorry for everybody that had bad luck. I feel bad for you. It's what it is. You said so. You said one tap. True. Leonhardt, the goat. Okay. Maybe I'll get unlucky and I won't get Cleopatra and stuff. Alright, let's do another 10. Okay, nothing here. Nah. Nah. Shonen. Nah. Pensacola. Oh, Maki-chan! Maki-chan is so adorable, dude. Look at her. Achimamate. Hey, Shiki-chan. Okay, nothing here. The thing is, like, I don't have a lot of space here. Let me find Lion real quick. There she is. What a queen. Let's just put her at level 100 real quick. There we go. Okay, nothing to see here. Hiei-chan. Hey, I can fully limit break her, even if it costs me monies. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Where's my Lion? There she is. Enhance. Umu. She says umu. That's crazy. Alright, announceable. I need more space, bro. Oh my god. Wait, maybe I didn't get that many, Alright, build. Retire. Oh yeah, alright. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, that was 20 pool. Let's get back to it. 30 pools. I still need Gallant and Cleopatra. 30, baby! Let's go! Okay, nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing to see. Watashi wa Riparisho! Shikikan! Hey! Chikan! Shut up. Ah, crap! That's 30. Okay, 40. Oh, Cleopatra on 40! Let's freaking go! Alright. Alright, now we just need Gallants, right? It's gonna be easy, right, chat? Oh, shit! Archangelisk. Hey, dude, she's hot as F. Holy shit. Very attractive lady. Dunkirk. Oh, 2 Cleopatras! 2 Cleopatras! Yo, that's crazy. I still need Gallant, though. Okay. Okay. Pog! Let's level her up. Everyone knows purple hell is the real deal. You're true. Alright, let me just do that real quick. Enhance, enhance, enhance. So true, so bad. Retire. Wow! KittyKathee, thank you for the raid. I'm in a pulling session. It's massive. Okay, that was 40 pools. Let's get 50. We just need Gallant now. Hikareido. Come on. 7 Gallant before like. Oh, there she is! 50 pool for all of them, baby! Let's freaking go! Pum, pum. Hey Slash, hey Ikari, hey License. I hope you guys are doing great. Thank you for the SO, I appreciate it. How was Heaven's Burns Red? I hope you had a great time. Okay, we got everyone. Absolute peak. Glorious meta, it's fine. 50 pools and we got absolutely served. We got everyone, including 2 Cleopatra. I'm a very happy cat. It is what it is. Oh, dude, that was so peak. Holy shit. So now for the rest, obviously, we're going to be getting Trafalgar from the mission exchange here. We do have a special invitation here. I don't know who I'm going to get here. I think I have everyone here. Maybe I'll just get Taiho. Here we'll be able to get Trinidad, of course. We got the Villa Resort. There's a bunch of stuff going on here, but yeah. And obviously, in the how do you check the exchange stuff here? The shop. Here it says sortie, build, and skins. I don't care about sortie, build, and skins. Oh, exchange. Here? Supplies, there it is. So here we have 2 Trafalgar, and obviously we can get glories from here. There's also a prototype 446mm MK2 B-mounted line class battleship. I hope it's good. I don't even know how good it is. HE makes sense because she's a burn characters. Armor mod, area effects, spread range. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here we can get. I'm very excited for it. Oh, I'm so happy. We got lucky. There's a lot of physics-defying textile in this game. You're true. Dude, you want to see the new skins? I'm going to show you the new skins, bro. You're not ready. Just kidding. Doesn't want to show up. Background. It crashed my game. That's how lewd it is. They're just like, no, we can't show that on stream, Kitty. No, we can't do that. Anyway, there was some crazy pool. Let me know how your pools went down in the comments. Like, subscribe, and I'll catch you on the next one. Cheers. Alright, I need to restart the game. It's straight up unironically crashed. Too much system load for the booba, exactly. If I'm being compared to the New Jersey. Oh, that's really good. That is really good. Alright, before I forget, I do need to upload my new things. Azur Lane. All right, let me put this here. Let me go here. Editor. Like 5 times within 10 minutes. Didn't have that before this update. Ah, shit happens. All right, let's see. Where can we actually see the skin this time? Hello? Okay, I thought we crashed again. It really doesn't want to. It just crashed again. What the? Hello? Okay. We have a potential solution. I'm going to do LT player. The only part we need to upgrade to update the game. We'll try a different emulator. Let's see. Where's the full screen on this one? Hello? Alright, updates. Dude, I've got so many updates to do here. Update-o! Update-o! Enjoy 100. No, not now. Maybe I need to crash with a botline skin. My game crashed when I'm just trying to see the skin. That's how big it is. I mean, I guess I can show you like I can show you just a Twitter, to be honest. Look at that. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Look at that. Boom! Jesus! Wait, we gotta see the animation. She says Umu! We can't keep getting away with this! Absolute big cinema, she says Umu. Umu. Jesus! What you looking at, chat? What you looking at? Holy! Jesus! No one, it crashed? Exactly. Calm down, game! I know. And you know what? Look at this skin. That's so great. That's diabolical. That's a diabolical skin, dude. That is crazy. There's also, even this one is crazy. Like, how is Gallant packing so much? How is Gallant packing so much, bruh? Like, you will, like, dude, you will see Gallant's normal outfit. Like, this is Gallant's skin, okay? Look at her boob. Look at how she looks on a base outfit. Like, she doesn't even look like she has big boobs. That's Gallant, okay? But suddenly... Brrrah! What is that? Massive titties! And then we got Shimanto, of course. Man, the compression on Twitter is so ass, dude. It's so ass. Speaking of ass, look at that. You've got everything for the boys. You got the boobs, you got the ass, you got the feet. Damn. Damn. Free Gooder skin? Sometimes. This is a Trinidad skin. She's being all shy. And there we go. So those are the new skins. Oh, wait. This one... Is it the dynamic skin? Oh, by the way, if you didn't realize, there's a mirror on the back. A tactically positioned mirror. So we can see that ass. There's 2 versions of the Chimanto skin. Oh, really? Oh, you mean... Yeah. She has 2 poses. One of them, she's like standing. Let's see if we can start this up now. Gallant is stacking the default. It's just the angle. Yeah, for sure. She's like hiding. I can never enjoy the gameplay of Azur Lane. I actually enjoy it. It's very... To me, it's like super relaxing. It was too automatic for me. Yeah, I get it. I mean, you can play manually if you want. Lying down in one where it is more LTD, which is in the waters. Yep. Tayo skin for the lucky bag. Yo! Congrats! You need more Tayos? Yo, true. That was going over the new ship kits. Going over the new Azur Lane ship girls kits. Boop. Oh, dude, we have another update here. Jesus Christ, killing me. It's killing me. To me, Azur Lane is really a game I put on the side, like on my side screen, and just like I make it play automatically every now and then I do something else on the side. So it's more like a background game to me, just kind of like an idle game basically. And the story is interesting. I kind of like the story. The ship girls are cool. Sometimes it's a little bit too gooner for me. Like I was like all the skin I showed you, I don't really like them. I'm not gonna lie. Meanwhile, like Lion's base outfit is so good. Let me see. HMS Lion. Okay. Like, look at how fucking awesome she looks, dude. Dude, that is so cool. That's the girl that was like laying down on the beach saying, can you put me the suntan lotion, please? Like, why do you want her on a bikini when she looks just that fucking good on a base, like, outfit? Like, look at that. Her hair, so long. The tights, the shoes, the lion shield. Bruh, she's so pretty. Holy crap. To me, like, the swimsuit is almost a downgrade, straight up. Straight to Apu. 13 gigabytes? Ain't nobody got time for that. Jesus, I'm just worried that if I keep using the other emulator, it will keep crashing, honestly. Maybe it's worth waiting. So yeah, you know what we're gonna do while this updates? I don't know, I'm gonna do my dailies in like fucking... Oh, no, wait. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do my dailies in Star Rail because there's gonna be the update tonight, so it's gonna... The game is gonna go offline early on. I don't mind putting on the sunscreen on her if you catch my drift. Ayo. Catching a drift. Ayo. I'm sure she will. Catch a drift. If you know what I mean. Manju had to rearrange the story flow map. Oh, yep. Alright, I'm just gonna do my dailies here in the meantime. Because today is big Azur Lane patch. Tomorrow is big HSR patch. So tomorrow you can expect me to do the HSR story among other things. I'm gonna be pulling for Yasin too, so I'm excited for that. Alright, we don't have much to do here. Basically, I'm just gonna be trying to farm those. Boop. It's automatic. Alright. I'm also gonna boot up Watering Waves because I need to choose which Cube Derby I'm gonna support today. I keep logging in too late and then I don't have time to support my cube. I'm so sad because I wanted to support fucking Carlota and she actually got second place, so I would have won. Very upset. Alright. 2 megabytes per second. Dude, this shit is so slow, man. This shit is so slow, man. We are absolutely fucking cooked. It's okay, I'm just playing 3 other games at the same time. Don't worry about it. I'm just waiting for the update to happen. Because, like, if BlueStack just keeps crashing, I gotta try to see if LD player works better. Oh, I did want to see exactly, like, how much pulls do I have at the moment? 32. 91. I think I'm saving for KittyKathee, yeah. Alright, anyway, Cube Derby. It's time to vote. Who are we voting for here? How's my, okay, again. How's this going? We like a third way there. Here. Oh, Phoebes. I really like Phoebes. Maybe. Oh, what if I? No, I'm gonna vote for the Fisalia family. That way, I vote for Carlotta, and here I vote for Cantarella. Let's put 75% of my resources. There you go. Support sands, buggers. All right. As soon as I can get into Azur lane, we'll play. Don't worry about it. What are we gonna do here? Fantasies. I've done this week. I'm gonna go farm this here. 5 gigabyte. Bap bap. Alright. Good shit. Give me the loot. How is this going? We definitely go again. Here we are at oh, halfway there! Pog! Almost finished. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not Capitanius. Ah, crap. Wrong effect. This works. Alright, Daily's done. I'll use one of those. Guess it's still bad. Oh, actually good. Bad. Spectral! Yo, huge! Attack percentage, fuck it. Iroh is bad here, and Glacial on the wrong set is bad. Alright, how close are we here? We are basically 80% in. We're almost finished with the update. And here, I'll do it one more time. We'll take 13 stamina here. Alright, let me see. Claim our dailies. It's not good. Bag. Here. Capitane. Let's see if he's actually gonna get some good stats. Give me luck, chat. I believe in you, chat. Defense. That's pretty bad. Attack. Basic attack. Okay, no, it's absolute garbage. Alright, it's fine. It is what it is. Level 50, Pioneer Podcast. Lovely. We are so close to actually getting in. So close yet so far. Alright, we've done our dailies here for Wuthering Waves. Oh my god! 42 megabytes! Jesus Christ, look at that! Our speed fucking 22-pulled. I'm sure that's a word. Yeah, your way! Come on! Help me! That's me! Come on! Hey, Tribinas, how you doing? Okay, we're almost here for this one. We finished the Wuthering Wave shenanigans. Okay. Claim this, dispatch. There we go. Hey! We're in, boys! We are absolutely in. For me and the girls? The girls? Who are those? Are you cheating on me? Azur the lane! Azur the lane! Oh, we're back in the games, boys! Yeah, whatever. Okay, now the moment of truth. Will it crash again on this simulator? Yes, it will! Never mind! It's not an emulator problem. It's a game problem. Who could have thunk? Well, that was a whole update for nothing. That's a whole update for nothing. My 2 cats, that's what I'm saying. You're buying food for cats that are not me? What the fuck? So if I need secret boss experience 33 after story and farming some items in AQW. Pog. I played a little bit more of Expedition 33 yesterday night. It was really good. Had a good time. Good luck with the boobs. I will try my best, baby. Good luck with the boobs. I'll try my best, yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah, yeah. Azur! Alright, let's see. Now we're back in here. Let me see. Handbook. Build up to 10 times. Open a total of 9 tag packs for manufacturing. Complete 3 daily challenges. 20 queues for this shit. Damn. Alright, collect. Bling! Collect. Mechanic tutorial. Collect. You can view weekly, but that's collect. What do we have here? Alright, first and foremost, we are gonna go here. We're gonna check a war archive. I'm gonna grab those. We're gonna do daily raids. I want to do daily raid just before we get into my things we had over there. La, 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 we got cube here. Absolute cube cinema. This shit. I need to build the ship from last events. I haven't done that. Alright, let's put lion in here. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god! I don't have Trafalgar yet, but we gotta put Cleopatra. Get into the star, blah blah blah. Okay. Now for the rest, Kazagumo is a good idea in my opinion. I like Kazagumo, very cute, very adorable. 10 out of 10. And here I'll put, I don't know, anyone can blue skill, anyone blue skill, anyone blue skill, hello, anyone blue skill. Maybe glowworm. I need to retrieve glowworm. Prince Adalbert does have a blue skin. Yeah. Let me see. Do I have enough to actually retrieve glowworm? Glowworm-sama! Level 75? Are you crazy? Boop. 85? Jesus Christ! It's like you're trying to steal shit from me. There we go. Retrofit. Yay! She's so cute! Look at her go! Dude, she's actually so fucking cute in Retrofit, dude. Her dress is adorable. Alright, we'll learn the new skill. I'm out of coins. I'm out of motherfucking coins. Let's see. Collect. Alright. I'll finish the retrofit later. Research Academy. Basic research. Basic research. Rigging analysis. ¿Por qué no? Basic research because it's free. Oh, wait. Ooh. It's so expensive. Fuck that. Basic research. I'm so happy it barely cost me like any fucking cubes. I got so lucky, bro. Rigging analysis. Ayo. No. This one? Yes, sir. All right. We are back in business-y. Bum, ba, 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 ba. 2 of them for free. It is. Okay, mission. Claim everything here. Hello. Damn, look at those. Weekly stuff. Claim everything. Why Bullying's so fucking adorable, bro? Bullying? Bullying? Bullying! Ah, dude, I never get tired of them. They're so fucking peak. Hi, Guild, what do we have? Logistics Center, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there we go. Collect the reward, operation. I'm gonna just put it on automatic here. I don't care. I think we'll just do the story first and foremost. I'll probably just do the story today. And, yeah, I don't know how long it's gonna be. Probably a fucking billion years long. Bum, 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 bum. 316 with 3 battles. Yeah, it's gonna be fucking long. It might take the entire stream. But that's A-okay, because we're gonna have a great time. Yes, sir. You know what that means? That means I should make myself some tea. Some nice tea with honey. So I can talk about the entire story, because otherwise I'm gonna die. My throat is gonna kill myself. Gonna kill me. Alright, so while this is happening... No, wait, I'm gonna do... is there something else I can do while I make tea? I think if I don't have tea while I do the story, I'm gonna die straight up. There's also something I need to do before we get into the story. I need to finish the event that was leading up to this part. 2.5%? Damn. So what I'm talking about is... Oh, shit. Hi. That's for the kitty. Yatta! I'm talking about this here. Collect. Let's see. The March of the Never-Setting Sun. 7, another glorious day. 6 a.m. wake up, morning prayer, breakfast, daily paperwork, simulation room, lunch, daily communication, and afternoon tea. Correspondence chamber, 1415. That's strange. The number of points of interest has begun increasing. There are even faint signs of jamming in the contact points that have been stable for years. Could it be that a dormant enemy has awoken? I'm the only one in this world who could do it. The only one who could rouse them. The communicator that had been silent for so long suddenly rang, interrupting Gloria's train of thoughts. Bzz, bzz. We received signal. Currently for reinforcement. Hold the line. The fragmented message cut off and the room fell silent again. My goodness, a reply. Have we finally gotten a reply? Her vision gradually clouded as teardrops quietly hit the floor. After all this solitude, we felt like the world had finally spoken to her again. What a bloody mess! What are all the intelligence agencies doing? Where in the world did that weird threat creeping from? Why didn't we receive a single drop of information before? Your subordinates are searching as best as they can, Your Grace. Our priority now should be to rebuild our line of defense. Is it true that the Siren's companion fleet wiped out the Iron Blood in Iris Orthodoxy? Yes. Since we can't identify the enemy, we should conserve our forces. Contact all fleets and order them to rally at the nearest rendezvous points, then return to base at once. Shall we prepare the Homeland Defense Line now? We're facing a rather unusual enemy and our second defense line has been breached. There's no guarantee the third one will hold. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Bell, contact every faction representative and call for an immediate emergency meeting. Glorious, I have an important task for you as well. Have a secret ally capable of dealing with this situation. I'll send a request for help. In the name of the country of the never-setting sun, they are sure to respond. Wait in front of the communicator. Report to me as soon as there's a reply. Understood. It's been so many years since then. And now, after all this time, a reply has finally come. Your Majesty, I've completed my mission. But how am I meant to report to you? Dolores shook her head, frantically swallowed her surge of emotion, and then regained her calm smile. Forgive me. I am the symbol of the Royal Navy. My each and every action is an embodiment of its dignity. I must not forget my etiquettes. Okay, once today's battle is over, I shall get ready to receive our guests. Ooh. To be continued. Wow. So was this the last bit of this one? No, shit, there's more? Really? Tactical training 2 times. Sortie and defeat 3 boss fleets. Yeah, okay, fuck that. There's not much I can do about this. Is phase 2 live here? I guess it is. Use the sheep from phase 1. Side. We'll figure it out eventually. Alright, so I think what we'll do... Oh, fuck. Dorm. Yeah! Eskimo. Let's replace Eskimo here. Who am I gonna put in here? Cleopatra. Anyone here that's like max starred? Fancy. I guess I'll put Fancy in there. ¿Por qué no? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll just put more food. There we go. Alright, Shoppy Tea. Hey! Let's get the entire thing. Buy everything. And I mean everything! Okay, cool beans. What is that? New? Hammer, solar pole. Nah, it's called gems. Fuck that thing. Frontier Saloon. The Emperor Chic. I kind of like this one. Yeah, I'll get everything. Fuck it. Boop. Ta-da! Happy cats. Alright. I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna make myself some... Oh shit, look at all that fucking thing I have. It's fine, whatever. I'm gonna make some tea, and when I come back, I think we're doing the entire event here. The story, I mean. The story, not the rest. So we'll go through all of this shit. Oh damn, look at this. Okay, hype. We're gonna do all of that. So, short break, and when I'm back, it's story time, baby. Okay, I'm back. I've got honey in my tea and I'm ready to get into the story. So let's see it. Alright. Story time, boys and girls. Whoop, 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 whoop. So we've got the entirety of this, which is 36 chapters. That's gonna take a while. But I want to do it either way. I think it's gonna be a good time. I haven't done one of those in forever, basically. So let's actually do that. I don't know why. I've just been slacking with the Azur lane patches. I've mostly been doing them off stream. But let's do that today. I'm freaking ready. I have the entire day ahead of me, and I'm excited. So let's see. Episode 1, the Assure of a New World, maybe? New Age. New Age. Close enough. Alright, let's do it. Man, Lion is so hot. Realm of the Never-Setting Sun. Nile Governor General's District. Old Capital Palace. There it is. Hello, hello, hello. Ah, look at my queen! Dude, Lion is so pretty. Holy crap. The Nile Delta Belt, a prosperous, healthy, and peaceful region. In this place, the new capital of Cairo and the old capital of Memphis echoed each other, much like two different pearls on the same crown. Music is a bit loud. In contrast to Cairo, which had undergone modernization, the rich cultural heritage of this land was still present everywhere in Memphis. Take, for example, the giant galley with a 1,000-year history, still silently moored in its waters. At its bow, a golden-winged lion's sculpture was hoisted high, signifying the equally lofty standing of its owner. A rose the high tower. That's weird. Miss Governor, your tea is ready. That should have been Cleopatra, right? It's rather hot today, so please be mindful of heat strokes. In the balcony of the palace in the old capital, the governor of the Nile looked out across her territory, accompanied by her pets and a royal maid. It's not that hot. In fact, it's a perfect day to sail. Incidentally, are the preparations in order? How did they mess that up? This should be Cleopatra, not the title of the freaking chapter. Adjustment to the mesectets were made last night. The manager said that it is in peak condition and ready to sail at a moment's notice. Please be on the lookout for smaller ships in the river. The foul supplies are being loaded onto the mesectet as we speak. Everything should be ready by lunchtime. Slower than I prefer. Peace makes men grow weak. Oi, Cleopatra. The tea. My apologies, Miss Governor. I'll tidy up at once. The royal maid was so focused on answering the governor's question that she didn't notice that she was still pouring tea. After a brief but chaotic episode, the maid finally managed to get the expanding mess of spilled tea, broken plates, and stained carpets under control. The pet lion lying nearby took a passing glance at her before going back to sleep, as if accustomed to this sight. And to think I took you for a level-headed, capable maid at first glance. Little did I know how clumsy you could be. I cannot fathom why the royal maids assigned you to me. No matter, you cleaned up, that's sufficient. Sit down and rest. My sincerest apologies, Miss Governor. Governor? However, with all due respect, it wouldn't have been so easy to move forward with many of our plans if I hadn't been here. Be that as it may, this mission has the approval of both houses. It's evident that they took advantage of the fact that you weren't present. Ooh. I can simply refuse. Nobody can force me. But I have reasons to go. While our nation's regions covers every corner of the world, the enfeebling that comes with peace is also spreading across the world. Furthermore, I did not create an artificial singularity only for it to gather dust. An opportunity such as this to explore without being prodded from behind is exactly what I've been wishing for. Come to think of it, I should be thanking you, Cleopatra, for picking and choosing the information to give them. You're welcome. Your district is also our district, Governor. As such, this is just a part of my job. For a moment, the royal maid assumes a capable and calm exterior, as though she's become someone else entirely. Soon, though, she realizes that she has been pouring tea for a long time. Oh dear, I'm truly sorry. I'll clean this up at once. Forget it. Let's replace the carpet later. Very well. I will buy a new one. Who's that by the riverside? Trafalgar? She should be at the station, making preparations. What is she doing over there? Perhaps she's expressing an interest in our solar bark. You've always kept her away from your artificial singularity facility, so she may view this voyage with the mesectet as a rare opportunity. Shall I politely ask her to leave? No need. She is a representative from the Royal Knights and the Mediterranean Fleet and has come to support me. I am grateful to her. She will board the Mesectet sooner or later. Regardless, just don't let her close to the lighthouse. As you wish. If I may, I've been wondering about something for a while. While I do understand the reasoning behind naming the Singularity's fixed module Miracle Recreation Lighthouse of Alexandria, as it has a nice meaning, is there a particular reason why the separation module was named Mesectet? It seems a little inauspicious to give that name to a ship that living people take. That is precisely why it's called that. We'll ride the ship through a singularity and explore a vast and unknown new world. Although there will be hardship, the journey is eternally splendorous and grand. Carrying hope and living for the journey up to death. Isn't that Mesectet in a nutshell? Ooh, damn, she's cool. 10 maids, true. Thus I issue the order to commence an expedition. Could this be a ploy? It is possible, but I care not. My power over the Nile territory is unrivaled and uncontested. My technological prowess that brought the Mesectet into being is also unparalleled. Does it make sense to go on a journey beyond home? Our world is a small one. We are trapped on a tiny planet. The possibilities of the worlds that they are endlessly vast. The tide of a new age begins to rise. As its forefront shall be I, Lion. How you doing, Mercade? How you doing, Spectre Saint? A rose on the high tower? Okay, let me see something about our girl here. Where's my lion? Like, I don't understand what she's wearing. Like, what is her bottom? Is she actually wearing something there? I'm not even sure. Let me do this real quick. I'm not sure what she's wearing. I wish I could see it better, but oh, maybe in the PV. Let me see. Azur Lane. Yeah, maybe we see it here better. Let me see. Okay, so she's wearing like a... Yeah, so she has like a... Okay. I mean... Yeah, okay. So there she goes. She has like a leotard. Oh, get it? A lion-tard? Alright, good to know. I was getting confused. Alright, back to the story. Sorry about that. I just really wanted to know what was going on there. Oh wait, episode 1-1, The Dead Land. Unknown location, Camelot, coordinates point. Camelot coordinate point, okay. A faint tremble suddenly shook the dark emptiness. Under the cover of their new stealth system, Camelot carrying Elizabeth and her entourage appeared in the air above a great ocean, where the coordinates pointed to. Your Majesty, this island appears to be rather dangerous. Having put Camelot into its passive stealth mode, Queen Elizabeth Meta started to Queen's lights and led her team to a nearby island. The sky overhead had a faint ashen tinge to it, as though it was covered by smoke that would not disperse. I got lucky. I got all my characters pretty early on. Setting foot on the island, they saw the aftermath of a battle all over the place. Air temperature low, humidity also low. Don't see any native vegetations. Building appears to have been destroyed a while back. No sign of plant life or even insect in the ruins. There's nothing here but dead silence. Feels foreboding. There's nothing on the radar either. I believe that we first of all need to find a continent. Any continent. A few islands alone cannot provide us with such a sufficient grasp of the basic situation of this world. She's right! Shall we leave already? Hold on, Elizabeth. We found something. We ran a high-altitude scan with the trains onboarding equipment before exiting. The scan just yielded something. Care to guess what? Surely not the entire world is the same as this island, is it? From the point of view of civilization, yes. It's much like this island. Naturally, it's a different story if you include the signals from sirens. It sounds like they engaged the reset. Are we too late? The siren signals are far too weak for it to have been a reset. The signals themselves are quite unusual.
possibly indicating they originate from modified siren equipment. Whatever the case, those are the result of our analysis. Any second opinion? Yeah, it doesn't look like a reset. Everything has been cleanly swept away. The sirens wouldn't be so wasteful. Yeah, I think so too. The signals are quite idiosyncratic. They differ from what we've recorded of every other sirens experimentation division that we've engaged previously. No, rather, perhaps they bear some similarity to the patterns of the basilicas on the Carguelin Islands. I'm afraid I cannot help more than that. Bell's analysis is on point. The signals have been tampered with. It wasn't the Orthodoxy though. The Royal Navy did it. Your Majesty, I think the signals are coming from the command center of a mass-produced siren force. The tampering method is the same as the world once used. Then it is possible that this world has fared a similar fate to that of Greenville's. Could this absence of human signals be due to a mass adoption of siren technology? That is a possibility. We're sure to discover something. Research the area where the signals are densest. That's a good news, at least. Unfortunately, I have bad news to share. This is a sample I collected from a wreckage in the city ruins. Please have a look.
Sheffield Meta returned from her excursion, took out an analyzer, and presented the small debris floating inside. Is that a piece of one of the arbiters? It was white and almost resembled some sort of chunk of flesh, yet it also had a luster like marble. Attached to the top of the chunk of flesh was a machine made with an unidentified material. In spite of having sustained devastating damage, the debris still blinked with the blue light. Ooh.
The coloring looks like something I've heard of before. Could it be part of this extra-dimensional that my servant spoke of? I'm afraid that is difficult to determine. I've never seen a sample from these extra-dimensionals, you see. However, based on what I see, I can all but confirm that it was previously part of some enormous creature. Although only low level of corrosion have affected the metallic part, the organic part exhibit the typical trait of subjugative corrosion. Whether it came from an extra-dimensional or not, I advise exercising caution. We could only decode the siren part to the distress signal, so I was sure we were merely dealing with one of the siren's experimentation divisions. It seems this will be a lot more troublesome than I anticipated.
Indeed. Okay. Interesting. On the other side, we do have episode 2-1, The Missected. Let's have a look-see. So we have like two timelines kind of going on at the same time. Finally, some good HMS content. Hell yeah. Unknown location. Missected's fixed position. Let's have a look-see. Dazzling light paints the black sky. The Missected had arrived at its destination, a vast ocean, in a literally flashy manner. Partly a result of technological limitations and partly a deliberate design decision. We've done it. To a new world we have come. This day will go down in history. I dare say it's a landmark moment that will forever symbolize this era. Cleopatra, I trust you've recorded my glory for the history books. Of course, Miss Governor. I did not miss a thing. Hey, they fixed the name for this one. All the turbulence from before made me think the ship would break apart. We're fortunate that nothing bad happened. That we overcame peril is surely proof that we are blessed by God. Should you need further evidence, look no further than our impending success in the mission ahead. I had no cubes now. I spent 110 on wishing well. Womp womp. Smell that new world air. It's so very, very... why is it so darn hard to breathe?
The hair and the color of the sky here reminds me of the capital city. Stop it. I don't want to remember those days. I already miss life by the Nile. It's strange. We're far away from land, so how can the air quality be this poor? Miss Governor, something is deeply wrong with this world. Of course, I'd be more concerned if there wasn't. Cleopatra, confirm the Missected air filtration system status. Why is our air impure? Understood. It doesn't seem to be malfunctioning. It's more like it just isn't doing anything. Then there's a problem with this automated start. Forget it. We can troubleshoot later. For now, start it manually. Yes, Miss Governor. Where was I? Ah, yes. The world has problems. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought help from another.
We may not be the only ones responding to the distress signal. Our first order of business is to establish contact with this world's Royal Navy and establish an alliance before any other factions can. Bang! 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 A violent impact beneath the water surface echoed throughout the silent sea. Something has struck our underwater shield. Find out what it was at once.
Oh, time for my security pup to put it work. Go check things out underwater, security pup.
Upon Galen's orders, a mechanical dog dove into the water. Though it was part of a rigging, could be remotely controlled through our thoughts. Oh, that's cool. Despite being a practical application of technology developed by the control of carrier-based aircrafts, unfortunately, the time and effort put into said application did not return promising results. As such, implementation of this technology was limited to only a select few shipgirls on an experimental basis. Galen was one of those lucky few. The reason for her selection was simple. She loved the technology, and she had the energy necessary to pilot it. Okay. As the impacts repeated, Galen's security pup returned with a piece of the attacker. When it landed on deck, the group ran over it to it.
Everyone, look! This is what my security pup brought back.
It's gonna be a blue for I knew it.
It's white muscular tissue, with some blue metal affixed to it. What could it be? Is this part of a biological weapon?
Its texture isn't that of muscular tissue. There are no blood vessels, striations either. I would like it more to carve jade. I would liken it more to carved jade. Kind of gross, but what sort of divine beauty? With a sort of divine beauty, perhaps. Trafalgar. Have you seen anything like this in the Imperial Naval Database? No, I can say with certainty that nothing in our database of siren biological weapons matches this. There must be something else. I like this less and less by the moment. We need to identify it now. Deploy the Mesectet wings. Evacuate from the sea at once. Through the combined power of cutting-edge siren tech, rigid shielding, prototype energy cube engines, and anti-gravity technology, the Mesectet spread its wings and took flight. Damn! That's cool. However, even after its departure, the light did not fade. That was the light of Miracle Recreation Lighthouse of Alexandria, illuminating both the path forward and the way home. Okay. Okay, that was interesting. Oh, we got another part. Okay, Rising Tide. Let's see it. Not even a few minutes after the Mesectet had taken flight, the dead silent sea suddenly bubbled, as if boiling. A blanket of debris rose to the surface, with bits and pieces colliding and piling onto each other endlessly. Some mixed to form stable structures of sorts, creating islands that floated on the surface. A few of the existing spots that Lion Party had believed to be islands were crushed and wiped off the face of the ocean by the rising tide.
Ah, good thing we can fly. We could have ended up swallowed by all the debris.
The expedition was engulfed by a sea of garbage shortly after their arrival, never to be seen again. Imagine if that were what the history book said. We'd be the biggest laughingstocks in the realm's history.
Don't worry about that. If we did all die just now, there would be nobody left to tell them how it happened.
Ah, true, Cleopatra. Based. That didn't really make me feel better. Thanks for trying, though.
Same. We've been flying for more than half an hour now. We still haven't gotten past the wreckage yet. It's debris as far as the eye can see. I've never seen anything like it, even during the war with the sirens. But at least we sorted it all out and recycled it. Right, if it's been neglected and allowed to pile up for so long, it's no wonder that the world's environment is in poor condition.
I don't think that's what she meant. What matters is why so much sunken debris would rise up to the surface for that reason, right?
Is it being stirred up by a giant sea monster? Ugh! Now isn't the time to get scared of your Nile legends. But the debris that you fished up resembled biological matter, did it not? Even then, it's just not possible. I'd believe it more if it were some kind of giant underwater machine, maybe.
Shall we not just go down and investigate for ourselves?
My security pup can't go that deep. Besides, we'll totally get crushed if we go in there.
While they talked about the joys of flight and argued of the rising tide, Lion and Trafalgar discussed something graver. Miss Governor, as you may have noticed, the debris is remarkably varied, and though the rust level differ, I believe all of it is old. No aquatic flora or fauna rose with the debris, either. One side of a war may have used a poisonous weapon to kill everything in the water along with the enemy. How long would it take to exterminate all life in the ocean? 10 years? 20? 50? The distress signal we received made it clear that the conflict was ongoing. Knowing what we know now, either they've greatly overestimated the enemy, or it may be the result of a particular space-time hypothesis. You will the Lighthouse of Alexandria, so you must understand. As in, time flows differently here. We'll have to find locals and ask them about the situation. Agreed. We're still in the vast ocean, so first priority is to find terra firma. The skies are grey in all directions, as if someone's put a filter on them. We won't be able to navigate using the stars.
Hey, welcome back, Slash.
Miss Governor, does the Mesectate have any cutting-edge geolocation equipment that can help us? We do have radars with strong scanning features. If we ascend to a high enough altitude, then locating a continent may be feasible. You bought a pizza for your cat? That's crazy. Using it will draw worldwide attention to us, though. It will cause more of a commotion than when we first arrived. Given the current mess we already face, I mean to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. For now, let's find clearer skies. The stars will have to do for now. Alright, damn. Alright, I think we're going back to the other side, which is the side with Queen Elizabeth. Both of them. Both queens. After confirming the presence of ex-subjugative corrosion on the island, Elizabeth's Meta immediately ordered everyone back into the Queen's light. The train rode through the air, leaving the small island behind. Anything for my babies? True. What kind of pizza? The train rode through the air, blah, 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 blah.
The situation is grave. If X-like wreckage has already appeared here, this world may be too far gone.
Kebab? Ooh, pug.
Elizabeth, change of plans. Even if that distress signal did come from survivors, there can't possibly be many left. I doubt we have any reason to establish a base or request aid at this point.
Your Majesty, I don't understand. We came to help as soon as we received the distress signal. Why didn't we make it in time? No matter how poorly the battle was going, we should have found some place where things were okay.
The flow of time is not equal between worlds.
But
we understand your questions. Patience.
Béarnaise sauce? Béarnaise sauce? What is isn't that the white? Wait. Béarnaise sauce? Isn't like a kind of mayonnaise almost? Clarified butter, egg yolk, white wine vinegar, herbs. It is regarded as a child of hollandaise sauce. Béarnaise used shallot, black pepper, and tarragon. Okay. Yeah. It's used often with like steak and fries. That's pretty cool. Okay, hype.
In the absence of mutual observation between worlds, the flow of time in the one you cannot observe is both immeasurable and fundamentally meaningless to you. In other words, you can only measure and discuss the world you can observe. Your mistake is carrying a one-sided perspective into your second world. Your observation must now be based on the target world, and you can no longer perceive the source world. The flow of time back home is now impossible to know. When you return home to the source world, it may yet have been years, or it may have been mere seconds. Consider it entirely random and thus unpredictable. We have avoided such a situation by using technology to observe two worlds simultaneously, and adjusting the ratio of time's flow. For example, Camelot and the Tower of Midgard, built by your world's Iron Blood, are two such machines.
Interesting.
A main characteristic of such machine is that it must exist simultaneously in both worlds. The Tower of Midgard doesn't move, but the upgraded Camelot can. It also has the power to conceal its own existence. Furthermore, as far as we know, the Tower of Midgard only has the power to synchronize the flow of time between worlds. Meanwhile, the upgraded Camelot is able to make time flow anywhere from half as fast to twice as fast in localized areas in both worlds.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. Okay.
This relates to further applications of Mirror-Sea technology. It may be too complex for you to understand.
So what you're saying is the Royal Navy here doesn't have a device that can synchronize time with us, and that's why this happened.
Half correct. Not that we and the Elizabeth here have designated each other as partners for this process. She should have anticipated this. We once helped her build a basic synchronization device for this world. That device should be able to mutually stabilize time between us within a set geographic radius, avoiding extreme circumstances like the ones we face now.
Which means it must have been destroyed in the war. Do you make it yourself, or is it pre-made?
Indeed. Some of this still eludes us, but that is the most logical conclusion given to information we have. We're generating a topographical map based on the scan results. It isn't finished yet, but we can speculate that we should be in the world's NAC. As for the modified siren signal, it came from the direction of the Royal Isle. Good news, more or less. Once the map is completed, shall we head directly to the LD port? Agreed! Agreed! Alright, back to the other side, baby! And then they're gonna meet here. Oh, hype! Alright, let's look it up. Landfall and adversaries. Pre-made. This brand is very close to the homemade thing. Ooh, what's the brand? Maybe I'll buy some if I find some here. There's a lot of translation issues in this patch, huh? Many of the parts from the Mesectet experimental phase were a product of compromise, and not all of them could be said to be cutting-edge technology. Either their cruising speed was low, or the sea was just too big, but either way, it took a long while for the Mesectet to leave the rising tide's effective range. All the while, the sky above them remained as hazy grey, day and night. Lion had grown sick of waiting and ordered an ascent to high altitude. That's when they finally sighted the edge of land. Fifi! Land! Land! I see land! Finally, once I return to the district, I'll need to recruit an aircraft carrier. Judging by its terrain, the island ahead of us appears to be the Isle of Wight. I'm chunked down waiting to them to scream at me. Yeah, fair, no worries about it. No hurries. If so, the landmass beyond that should be the Royal Island. We have returned home, Miss Governor. Using the word home to describe this place feels wrong. Oh, wait a moment. We're flying toward the Isle of Wight, yes? Despite that, I cannot see any kind of landmass beyond the isle. Where is Europa, or the Britannian Peninsula? Where has the Irish Orthodoxy gone? Good questions. It doesn't seem like we cannot observe them due to some fault on our end. Yes, unless the geography of this world's royal island is completely inverse to ours, that shouldn't be possible. The notion that the entire continent of Europe has disappeared is frankly too far-fetched. We must not jump to conclusions. Let us make landfall before anything else. We do know that the distress signal came from a Royal Navy source. We'll find answers if we ask around. Dude, Lion is so cool. Whee! As the Mesectet descended, the ship's sirens began to blare, warning that the land on the island was emitting serious levels of radiation. Fortunately, the onboard barrier generator was able to protect against it. The Mesectet landed, and then established a safe zone on the isle's surface using its golden barrier. Cleopatra, Trinidad, stay and watch the ship. Gallant, Trafalgar, you'll disembark with me. The barrier has a limited range, so don't get too far from the ship. The island was uninhabited, and desolate, with ruins as far as the eye could see. The word Westland summed it up perfectly. Although they identified the place as the Isle of Wight, it looked nothing like how they remembered it. What a horrific sight. One can presume there are no survivors. Although the wreckages have long since crumbled away, there is still no sign of nature, no plants, not even a single insect. It's the same as the wreck we saw in the sea. Do you think it's linked to the radiation? We detected none of the wreckage. Oh dude, tea is so good. That's merely conjecture. First of all, we should collect samples and analyze them. It's likely we'll be in this world for a while, so we need to gather as much information as possible. Miss Governor, if it's samples you want, why not start over there? The others looked where Gallant was pointing. There was a small hill there, or rather, a massive thing that assumed the shape of a hill. My god, is this the thing that the pieces we retrieved came from? Incredible. It's less like a carcass and more like a mountain of white rock that resembles some giant creature mixed with metal shards. Oh shit. Is it an artificial life form, or is it a machine? I don't know. It's a mystery. Security Pop, fetch us a sample! The security pop worked like normal, even outside the barrier. It arrived at its destination and deployed its cutting implement. Then the earth began to quake, and to the group's amazement, the hill of mass started moving. Oh, my lord! That's not what you want to see. Despite appearing to be made of marble, it extended several tentacles, much like a living creature. Oh, I hate it here. Tentacles? Hot ladies with big ass and boobas? I know where this is going. The metal shards that were initially brown and scattered then
Initially brown and scattered, then merged into one inside the white giant and began glowing with blue light.
Is that thing bringing itself back to life?
Let it, I say, and we'll test how powerful it is. Kaboom! Trafalgar fired a volley at the tentacle extending forward. Her shells pierced through it and shattered it into the middle. Oh, damn. I see. It looks more threatening than it is. The attack seemed to stir something in the alien creature. It swelled like a pufferfish, which made the earth quaking even more violent. Jesus! Jesus! Still moving, are you? Let's finish it. Damn, Trafalgar is not messing around. Trafalgar fired the main cannon again. No, wait. No matter how big this monster is, it can't possibly be causing this earthquake by itself. True. Cleopatra, report on our surroundings now.
Miss Governor, there are hostiles all around us trying to revive themselves. Something's moving under the water too. Please retreat at once for your own safety.
I knew it.
A moment, please, Miss Governor. Our enemy isn't all that strong. It's worth engaging it at least once.
Not even once.
When an enemy appears on the horizon, it is the Royal Navy's duty to face it.
No, there are too many of them. Have you in the Mediterranean fleet been getting influenced by the bloody Sardinians? Face reality. Oh, damn, called out. Absolute called out. Listen to my orders, Cleopatra. Prepare for takeoff. Gallant, Trafalgar, come with me. We're retreating immediately. I like Lion. She's level-headed. I enjoy it. 10 out of 10. Eyes on the battle. That's it. Royal Island, Port of LD. What a room! A noble girl sat by her radio equipment, attentively recording and listening. She's a big listener. Half a year had passed since she received a response, and she still didn't know where her allies were. Despite that, she adjusted the previously set-in-stone plans to be able to receive guests at a moment's notice. She split her daily communication time between morning and afternoon and added several new intel receivers. She also cancelled a simulation, extended the live combat time, restarted multiple pawns production lines, and gradually expanded the territory under her control. Okay.
Combat sectors 8 through 12 are still silent. All activity has completely ceased. No increase or decrease in points of interest. The Northumbria sector, its reboot is over halfway complete, and an initial patrol fleet has been formed. Production lines are up and running, no increase or decrease in point of interest. The Mercy sector is still advancing steadily. The patrol fleet launched 3 attacks this morning and successfully cleared 3 points of interest. All is normal in the control area. Likewise for the production lines. The Essex, Sussex, East Anglia and Kent sectors are stable, with 0 point of interest. All is normal in the control area. Likewise for the production line.
Okay.
The Wessex Huh? There's 13 new points of interest in the vicinity of the Isles of Wight. How could that be? Yesterday there was no indication of a beastly tide occurring.
Oh, okay.
Gloucester, please tell the main fleet in the Wessex sector to head there at once and eliminate the hostiles. Edinburgh, please open the sluices in all waterways from the Thames to the Hitchin. I need to see it for myself.
The plot thickens! The train and the barbecue? Is that what it said? Probably not. Oh, Fighto! Kaboom! The crew safely returned to the Mesectet thanks to Lion's quick thinking. The ship took to the air and everything seemed to have gone well. Seemed. The giant white creatures, however, were not going to let the prey flee just like that. Swarms of flying creatures rose into the air and encircled the Mesectet like a swarm of locusts, chipping away at the shield. This forced them to reroute energy to the shield generator just to keep it up, which reduced their already low speed even further. Kaboom!
Miss Governor, we need to land in the water. We're sitting ducks in the air. At least in the water we can fight back.
Stay calm. Have faith in the realm's technology. The Mesectet has an emergency evacuation system, if worst comes to worst. We can still go home. Ooh, smart. Should it come to that, though, the New World expedition I've yearned for will meet an anticlimactic end. I would hate for that to happen. That's all the more reason for us to land. Then we can fight. And if we start losing, we can just retreat again. No, it's far too risky. Ugh. No, you're sadly right. I can come back for another expedition, but I can't come back from death. Cleopatra, calibrate the lighthouse. Prepare a homeward beacon as well. And then we'll... With a dazzling light, an opulent train manifested in mid-air. Like, one of them have a flying sheep, the other one has a flying freaking train. It flew toward the Mesectet in breakneck speed and used its tremendous firepower to rip apart all the enemies in its path. A train? In the air? Reinforcement from the world's inhabitants. The darkest hour is just before the dawn. That's quite a stunning train. Miss Governor, if that train ends up in deep water, I don't think we'll be able to help. Whatever happens, happens. Right now, assist them in taking out the enemies. So we're going to land, I presume? Like hell we will. They're airborne and still fighting valiantly. Stay in the air and pound the enemy to dust. Pound? Ayo? I'll take a pounding, please. Arigato! Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. They look like, arthropods? What are they called? Like those weird shell things? I don't like them. They look weird. Ah, so many tentacles! I hate it here. Gross, gross. Big gross. Big, 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 big gross. Kaboom! The Mesectet and the train's combined effort managed to bring down a significant number of airborne enemies. When Lion determined to gain enough breathing room, she contacted the train and they immediately answered. Oh, yes! It's all coming together! Doot, doot. Doot, 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 doot. Good evening. I'm Queen Elizabeth, one of the original proponents of the Eternal Sun Project. This train is called the Queen's Light. We heard the distress signal and we're obliged by oath to come and assist. I'm glad there is still an active resistance here. What's your status? Psst, Miss Governor, she said she's Elizabeth and claims she came because of an oath. She seems to have mistaken us for the nature of this world. I wonder if this Eternal Sun Project has anything to do with the distress signal in the name of the Eternal Sun. I think they're the real allies of whoever sent that signal. They got here before us and their technology is much more advanced than ours. Miss Governor, what should we do? Hello, do you copy? That's strange, it doesn't say we're on the line. Wait, is Queen Elizabeth a massive boomer? Like, she's on her phone and, like, she only shows her fucking forehead because she doesn't know where the camera is. Miss Governor, please say something. We hear you. Lady Elizabeth, is it? I am Lion, and I serve the realm of the never-setting sun. I am the governor of the Nile in my own home world. Good to meet you, Lion. We only just arrived here, so we know nothing about your situation. And with all the information you have about this world, its Royal Navy's remaining forces, and the enemy... They just grunt. Is something the matter? Well, you see, we also came here after receiving a distress signal. We know almost nothing about this world, just like you. In fact, we've been looking for someone from here who could explain things to us. The other end of the line fell silent for a while before speaking up again. This is not what I was expecting. What a confusing mess this is. So it's basically... Lomander is what it's called by the Swedish brand. Yeah, probably. I'll give it a go though. I'll check it out. So it's basically two different teams from two different worlds that came to the rescue of this world because they received the same like distress signal, and now they just met and they both thought that each other was the nature of this world, but they both aren't. 200k for full banner, 5 lions, 4 Cleopatra, 1 gallant, 1 glorious meta. 5 lions is crazy though. Damn. I did 50 pulls. On my first 10 pull, I got lion. On my 20 pulls, I got 2 Cleopatra. And then it took me 30 more pulls to get gallant. I'm not pulling for glorious meta. I'll just get her from farming D3 or just exchange points if necessary. But yeah, dang, 5 lions is a lot. Jesus. There's more. You said your name was Queen Elizabeth, did you not? This is my first time meeting you. Alive, I mean. Again, the other side fell silent. What an honor! Your world must have quite a complicated history. We'll have to discuss this another time, though. Since we're both here for the same reason, shall we team up? Ooh. First, let's deal with what remains of these things, to find a safe place and exchange information. Sound good? That it does. Let's work together. Gallant was dodging you. Gallant was also the one that was dodging me. It took me a while to get her. Well, a while. Comparatively to the other, I mean. It didn't take me that long, all things considered. That it does. Let's work together. Hang on. So you noticed? Yes, a mass-produced fleet is approaching us from the northwest. What is this thing in the air? Royal Navy aircraft. Could they be another force that received a distress signal? No, this time it's actually a survivor from this world. Come on then. Let's deal with his foes, then go and meet up with them. Nice. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bum, 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 ba bum, bum, bum. Kaboom! With their overpowering advantage, they encircled and annihilated the enemy. Silence returned to the chaotic sea. Well, there was a gripping and grand victory. You, the beautiful lady, it was your call for help, was it not? Using the mess sectet's equipment, Lion projected a hologram of herself into the air. She stood tall like a divine golden giant. Hot. Seeing this, the girl leading a fleet of mass-produced sheep responded with a gracious bow. I am Glorious, the flagship of the realm of the never-setting sun. I welcome you, our allies. I have no doubt that after coming from such a distant world, you must have many questions for me. However, I think you'll agree that this place is not suited for a reception. Let's first move to a safe location, and then we may speak. Lion and Elizabeth acknowledged. They took their airship in flying train and followed the lead of the aircraft to the port of LD. Yes! Awesome. Lomander. Your game is out of date, really? Oh, maybe they fixed some of the bugs. Let's hope so. I'll take this nice opportunity to check out... You said Lemander? Hey, maybe I can find it on Amazon, right? Lomander, sorry. LOH, Manders. Alright, upgrade, updates. Potato! Nope, it doesn't show up, sadly. Betrayal! Betrayal! She looks good, dude. It's fine. I'll try the sauce even if it's not the same brand. Alright, we're back, boys. I wonder... I hope they just fix a bunch of bugs that's been plaguing it. There were a lot of bugs so far, even like in the main story and stuff. System... No, they're not talking about what they uploaded. Alright, back to the story. Story time! We are survivors of the Rose Tower. Makes sense. Lion and Elizabeth's parties were overwhelmed as they flew over the lifeless land. Both sides happened to suggest landing in the Thames for now. After passing the fortified Tower Bridge, they stood before the most well-preserved place in the former capital, the Rose Tower. Glorious welcomed them with a ceremony. Elizabeth had hoped to question her, but swallowed immediately, but everything she saw only added to her questions, so she restrained herself and waited for the ceremony to end. Knights led the procession, accompanied by maids. The banquet was a far cry from the luxury back home, but it did serve as a sign of their hostess' care. Finally, it came time for all questions to be answered. Port of LD, Rose Tower, Reception Hall. Let's see. There were too few attendants to make use of this spacious reception hall, but the comings and goings of maids made up for the lack of activity. After accepting tea from Gloucester, Lion was the first to speak up. Glorious, your hospitality is appreciated, but I think it's time we get to business. Just us, none of your pawns.
Ah, I'm sorry. I'm so accustomed to their presence that I hardly notice them. You're right, though. It's odd. I admit my mistake.
Close waved a hand at a busy maid. The pawns all left the reception hall at once. The heavy door closed, empty silence hung over the hall.
Allow me to apologize again. It's been so long since we had guests.
So you've been stuck living with pawns all this time? I'm sorry too. I should have guessed your circumstances.
No. It's natural that you all have suspicions. And I was hesitant to show myself to you before. But that was wrong of me. If you have questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
I'll start. Glorious, what happened to this world? How long has it been since the distress signal was sent? Are there survivors older than you? What are your military capabilities?
You took the words right out of my mouth. I had a couple more questions. Where did the continent of Europa go? How did the Isles of Wight get so corrupted? And what do you know about the rising tide?
Allow me to answer one at a time. As you've no doubt noticed, civilization was destroyed by an extra-dimensional invasion. It's all gone.
Extra-dimensional? Is that what you call those alien things?
Yes. One day I awoke to find that the very moon above our heads had become our enemy.
The moon?
Yes. On the night of a full moon, 137 years ago, an earth-shaking boom awoke me. I rushed outside onto the balcony, and when I looked up, it was blue, and it began to rain meteors upon the world.
A meteor shower came from the moon. Why?
I don't know. Scientists at the time theorized that something had happened to its core, causing unprecedented earthquakes. Those quakes sent debris flying into space, which was captured by our planet's gravity.
Sounds less like theory and more like wild speculation to me.
Perhaps. Regardless, the situation made it difficult to probe into the cause. Along with the meteors, beings that the sirens called extra-dimensionals appeared. They came out of the meteors and spread their forces at never before seen speeds. The first attack by our faction was easily repelled. After that, with Siren's aid, we built second and third lines of defense to protect vital areas.
You meant to say you fought alongside Sirens?
Yes. Siren may have internal disagreements, but they've been quite friendly with us.
Friendly?
Is that strange?
Forget it. Keep talking.
Well, this foreign threat convinced even the quarreling Siren elites to unite. We managed to suppress the enemy for a time, but they were endless and had no sense of self-preservation. Gradually, we were whittled down, and our second line fell. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth sent a distress signal after that. Our allies fell one after another, and so too did the Siren elites. In the end, I was the only one left. The Rose Tower area remains under my control, and I can manage the creation of mass-produced sirens and pawns, but this is all the power that I have. No, that all this world can muster.
If things were going so badly, why did you alone survive?
Ever since the Siren used the last of their power to construct this tower, extra-dimensional activity has gradually decreased all over the world. Around the time it was completed, I still had companions left, but the war was so long, and while the enemy had weakened, our numbers continued to fall. Though I'm alone now, the extra-dimensional no longer wield enough power to put an end to me. As for why me, I'm sorry.
You're a brave warrior who managed to outlast the war. That's all I need to know about that.
Thank you. Regarding the radiation, the extra-dimensional radiation was one major reason that our defensive line fell so quickly. We didn't know how it worked. We had to rely on the Siren's purification machines, but even those couldn't fully purify it. I later learned that the radiation didn't exist within the extra-dimensionals. It was generated when they attacked. Therefore, as long as we could maintain shield in vital areas, the radiation would not be able to spread. As for the rising tide of debris, we called it the same thing when we first witnessed it. The debris came from many long years of war. It continued to sink to the seafloor without ever being disposed of. We're already too short on personnel to investigate the cause before the first rising tide. We have two simple ideas regarding why. The first is that maybe there's a giant extra-dimensional underwater, and that it's its means of attack.
Must be incredibly powerful if so.
We came up with several ideas after that, but none seemed to hit the mark. We've fought extra-dimensionals for a long time, After all, and never have we seen one so big. Did the Star Beast never appear? Star Beast? An enormous entity that hovers in the sky and shines like a star. I've never seen anything of the like. But if it does exist, then does that not imply the existence of an abyssal beast? This could be a rich discovery. Let's not treat wild speculation as fact. What's your other theory? The other regards the moon itself. Ever since the extra-dimensional came alongside the meteor shower, the sky has always been covered by strange particles. You noticed that the sky was grey along the way here, I presume. That's why. Those particles make it impossible to observe the sky of the moon. The outline of the sun only appears sparsely. I digress. The rising tide phenomenon is related to the moon after all. So I wonder if the moon directly causes it. That sounds more credible. I like this theory. Now what happened to Europa? The continents are in more complicated situations. Nearly all coastal areas were destroyed during the war. The siren turned some into mirror turbulence areas using obfuscation system to make them impossible to observe from the outside. Fair enough, that makes sense. When you enter one, there's a possibility that you may never be able to leave. Do take care not to approach them. I see. Here I thought it blown away entire continents. That's all the questions I have. What about you, your majesties? Did we hear you right? The distress signal wasn't more than 130 years ago.
Big oof. The Meta Elizabeth finally chimed in after remaining silent until this point.
To be exact, 136 years, 3 months, and 13 days.
Wow, someone's been counting, huh?
It took us less than a day after receiving the signal to rush here.
Peter Battles so sad. No!
Less than 1 day.
Indeed!
Did a reply reach you? Yes, half a year ago now.
Half a year ago? Damn, okay. Yeah, the timeline is truly freaked.
We sent it an hour before departure. How could this have happened? Are you aware that we helped this world's Elizabeth build a time flow synchronization machine? Her Majesty's precious machine. I don't know anything about its functions. I may know its current location. Can you take us there? Yes, it's in the 5th combat sector, being guarded by my fleet of mass-produced ships. Was that the first area to be taken by the enemy? Absolutely not. I remember now, it started malfunctioning immediately after the extra-dimensional appeared. I recall her doing everything she could to repair it. You mean it malfunctioned before she was sunk, and not destroyed after? We must see it, now! Take us!
We're going with you.
Okay, I'll take you there.
Ooh, let's see it. Interesting. It malfunctioned then. Second combat sector, anti-air defense zone, Queen's Light Force car. Ah, so cute! Man, why is Queen Elizabeth so cute here? Dude, she really needs an update. Her old art is like so... It doesn't fit with the rest of the art they've been using. Queen Elizabeth Meta and company took the Queen's Light in order to reach their destination as soon as possible. Lance groups, save for Cleopatra, who stayed behind to stand guard on the Mesectet in the sky, also boarded the train. Glorious Meta was brought into the control cabin to lead the way, while all remaining members went into the fourth car to rest. Wow, what a pleasant train. It feels like being back home again. Using mobile space expansion technology for a train lounge, how exorbitantly luxurious. It really is. Even on the main sector, we only use it in the area where all the critical equipment is concentrated. Probably a retrofit. I feel like a retrofit is not gonna be enough for her. I think she needs a second version of her. Straight up. Because I feel like even if she gets an SR retrofit, like we literally just got ships that probably should be what her job has been so far. So I feel like she needs like a UR version of Queen Elizabeth. I don't know. I'm just wilding. I hope it happens someday, but I don't know, man. Shit is sad.
You haven't seen anything yet. The technology is but a small part of what makes up these mirror rails.
That's incredible. Incidentally, there's something I've been meaning to ask you ever since we met. It may be rude, but I simply need to know.
Go ahead, I've got questions of my own.
By all means, first question. Are you really Queen Elizabeth?
What kind of question is that? Your version of me may be gone, but surely you still have pictures of her.
The only times you appear in the history books are as a name.
Yep, I haven't seen an illustration or anything. I've been to many test sites, and this is the first I've heard of something like this. What do you mean?
Does your world draw a difference between the concept of worship and human?
Look around you, you could not ask such basic questions.
Well, you see, in our world, Queen Elizabeth sank in the fight against the Sirens not as a human, but as a warship. The Sirens are truly
despicable.
Not as a human, but as a warship. When they say warship here, do they mean ship girl or literal warship? A difference between the concept of warship and human. I think here they mean ship girl and human. Okay. Indeed.
So then the Sirens were enemies in your world and you fought them?
Probably literal. Maybe, I'm not sure. Was that the case in yours?
More or less.
And yet Glorious said that the Sirens were the allies in this world. How is that possible?
It depends on the test site. To elaborate would require a long-winded explanation of what the Sirens truly are, so I won't.
That's fine. We already defeated them anyway.
You defeated them? Interesting. So what became of your world? If I'm not there to lead you, I presume King George V took my place.
Hey Jay, what's up? Before Ship Girls came to be, it'd be interesting if that was the case. Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. But also, like, if they meant literal boat, like a literal boat, of course there would be a distinction between a human and a boat, right? So that's why I'm a bit confused. Hey Kilik, what's up? How are your pulls? Great. It took me 50 pulls to get everyone except Glorious Meta. I literally one-tapped my my lion. First 10 pull, third pull, boom! Lion was there. 20 pulls, I got 2 Cleopatra, and then it took me 30 pulls more to get Gallant. And I'll just get Glorious Meta through exchange or farming. Got everyone in 60 myself? Hell yeah, congrats! Kitty done in 3 pulls, I know, I just blew my load very fast.
I'm not there to lead you, blah blah blah.
No, King George V, the warship, was also sung by the Sirens. Yeah, so, I mean, I feel like they would not say warship. So I think they were literal worship. Maybe it was worship before it became, before they used the cube technology.
Those bastards! Excuse me, I should say, my condolences.
Does that mean that all of those ship girls were original worship and then they were transformed through cubes? I thought they were just manifested through cubes, not that they actually were warships before. Is my understanding of the entirety of Azur Lane just wrong? Let me see. Azur Lane, where ship girls worship before the cubes? They have the memories of the warship they're named after. Okay, but like, does that mean that because Queen Elizabeth, the warship that got sunk, does that mean they couldn't create a Queen Elizabeth ship girls through the cube? They were humans? No, they aren't humans. Basically, the way it works is that they use the cube to kinda spiritually create a ship girl. So technically, think of them as humans that were not born like humans. They were like born through the magic power of the cube. And like, so they don't have a soul, quote unquote. Instead, their soul is like quantum data. They're created through a weird mix of like fucking, you know, like human consciousness and data from the original ships, I think. But I don't think they're literally created from the ships. But from what they're saying here, the reason why Queen Elizabeth and King George V are not the commander is because they got sunk when they were warships. Does that mean they couldn't make the ship girls because the warship were already sunk? I guess so. I mean, that's what it implies here. Bro, I'm so confused. It's fine. It's Azur Lane.
Then what happened? With neither me nor George around, I presume a parliament is in charge then.
Something similar happened to who in this timeline he didn't sink. Correct. Our realm is run by the two houses of parliament. That being said, the two aren't as powerful as you think. So I guess if the ships sink, then they... Is it a case that, like, because in the consciousness of humanity the warship was sunk, then it's not possible to actually create a ship girls because the base model is already dead? Is that why? I mean, that could be a reason, maybe. I don't know, man.
Alright, let me make a guess. You introduce yourself as the governor of the Nile. Do you rule in a separatist manner?
Separatist? How libelous. I would simply say that my authority is amply respected.
Oh, I'm sure. Respected. What's your next question?
That would be...
Oh, actually, wait. I'm curious about something. What became of Warspite and Valiant? What about Hood, Illustrious of Vanguard? Or Duke of York and Prince of Wales? Also, who's the current head of the Royal Maids? Who commands the Royal Knights?
Lion's great. That's a lot that you're curious about.
From my perspective, this is like looking at the world after I died. You must understand.
Wales is the realm prime... Wales is the realm prime minister. Hood is the minister of the House of Lords, and Vanguard is the commander of the Palace Guards.
I'm surprised Vanguard's position stayed the same. Hearing about myself from a parallel world is about a strange experience.
The kind of experience you can only get by leaving your home. Duke of York is the Governor-General of the Maple Monarchy, Warspite is the Governor-General of the Pacific Ocean, and Illustrious is the Governor-General of the Mediterranean Sea, as well as the Direct Supervisor of Trafalgar.
Governor-Generals? I have considered that before, since you were the ones who implemented it. Trafalgar works under Illustrious, does she? Is she on a mission with you then?
No. However, this mission was supported by both the Imperial Prime Minister and both Houses of Parliament. On the day this expedition was voted on, I happened to be absent. It was decided I would be the one to lead it. It was also decided that the Imperial Center and signing governors would provide me with a certain amount of support. The Maple Monarchy mentioned? Ayo! Child's favor!
It sounds to me like this conspired against you.
Had I been present, I personally would have volunteered for the task. I will go down in history for this grand expedition.
I see. You'll earn quite a lot of fame if it's successful.
Precisely. By the way, Newcastle is the head of the Royal Maids, while Royal Oak is the commander of the Royal Knights. Finally, there's Valiant. She's the Governor-General of Terra Australis and the Solomon Islands. I've heard she's pursuing a third Governor-Generalship.
Goodness gracious, that's so like her. What about Belle?
Sang by the Siren as a warship. Thus, this is my first time seeing you, Belfast.
I had an inkling of that when you said that Newcastle holds my would-be position. Since Her Majesty is no longer with you, it makes sense that I am neither, for the sake of the Siren script.
May I ask a question now?
Of course!
Alright, were you both together with Elizabeth Meta? Are there two Elizabeths in your world?
No, she comes from another test site. I can probably guess why you asked the question. Sadly, the answer is, it's not possible.
How unfortunate. What about the other Metas? You have enough of them for an entire fleet.
They each have their own story, likely similar to that of Glorious. If you want to know more, you have to ask them yourself.
I see. If the opportunity arises, I will.
Ding ding ding, bang, boom boom boom.
I love her.
I forget her name. Is she supposed to be like half of Death or something? There was something weird about that, right? Like, is she like a separate entity that got split up from Death? Attention, we're almost there. Get ready to disembark. Boom boom boom, ding ding ding, bang boom boom boom.
What an eccentric announcer.
Did you change it to Miss D's bloody voice pack?
Damn. So that's Miss D, okay.
Ugh, forget it. Just think of it as some weird sound clips. Come on, let's get off.
Indeed. Alright! 3-4 Buds of the New Moon. Let's check it out. Near the target ruins, the group disembarked the luxurious train, stepping back into the desolate world. The ground beneath them wasn't much different from what they'd seen so far, but up in the ashen sky, something new caught their eyes. It was a collection of pupae surrounded by winding sepal-like metallic structures. Each one silently hovered in the air, as if suspended by invisible strings. What are those? They don't appear to be extra-dimensionals. Glorious, are they some weapon of yours?
Not quite. They are what we call the buds of the full moon. They showed up around the time of the meteor shower long ago and appear exclusively on the Roll Islands. They appear and disappear with no apparent regularity, and when they return, there's always more of them. Initially, there were just a handful. Now I think there are around 300. We scanned them with the train. Those sepal-like casings are likely safety mechanisms, and we have no idea what's inside them. Have you ever tried to destroy them? The Sirens tried and failed to destroy even a single one. However, the attempt caused a devastating explosion that not only obliterated the Siren safety bunker, but also flattened the entire anchorage of Scapa Flow.
Jesus!
As you might expect, nobody dared touch them after that. Despite their intimidating appearance, they simply float there, doing nothing. Putting them aside, over there is where the device is located. This is the 5th Wireless Communications Laboratory.
Glow's meta gesture toward a large building not far from there.
Wireless Communications Laboratory. That's a good cover name.
Her Majesty perhaps thought it was amusing. I think about it, one could say that I managed to make contact with you thanks to a kind of wireless communication. The laboratory is in rather poor state of maintenance. It would take a lot of work to search through it. For that reason, I mobilized some heavy obstacle-clearing machines from a force nearby when we departed. But for better or worse, the train got here so fast that the machines haven't had time to do their work. Please wait for them.
When we departed? Wait, where's the Mistectet?
Lion was sure she had ordered the Mistectet to follow the train after departure, and yet it was nowhere to be seen now that she had arrived.
It fell behind because just too slow. Don't panic, I see it on the onboard radar and it's fine. It will arrive sooner or later.
So we got here quickly only to have to wait for the machine to finish.
We can do more than just wait. We shall perform a scan from the outside.
Elizabeth Meta activated the train scanner. Seeing the result, she made a gloomy expression.
Look ill, Lady Elizabeth. Have you discovered something unfortunate?
We found the device. It's in the laboratory's underground section. The section is in good structural condition. Why, even some of the security systems are still operating. However, its two most important components are missing. The tracking indicator and the inaccuracy synchronizer.
Missing? Did someone damage the device?
Yes, and whoever did so knew exactly what they were doing.
Betrayal! Betrayal! Betrayal!
Those components were sealed inside the device when it was completed. Only its makers would be able to take them out without breaking the exterior. And yet the exterior is perfectly intact, and the internals are gone. It's little wonder this world's Elizabeth couldn't fix it. She couldn't have anticipated such a confounding issue. So the world's hope was destroyed by human hands.
Who could have done this? Can you locate the perpetrator?
We shall try. In that instant, time stopped.
Begin examination. All the surroundings expanded in different directions, forming countless overlapping images. Elizabeth Meta hunched forward and began looking for the exact moment the crucial change happened. Alright, there it is. Let us see who committed this horrific deed. Her examination continued, but looking around she saw only nothingness. Oh boy. What? Oh! Twist! Plot twist! What happened? Inspecting the whale. Let's have a look at the whale. Test site beta. A Royal Navy Gate of Avalon. Silver Mirror Lake. Shika! 4 hours after the departure of the Queen's Light, Elena Meta and Memphis Meta arrived at the Gate of Avalon on schedule. There they boarded the car of the train left behind by Queen Elizabeth Meta and dove into the Silver Mirror Lake alongside Miss D. Ooh, saucy. The train door slowly opens amidst Miss D's yelling and the announcement using her voice data. After Helena and Memphis exit first to confirm it's safe, I walk out alongside Miss D and take my first step into the mysterious whale.
Assistant! Assistant, look, look! This is my whale.
Ah, dude, she's so cute. I love her.
It's big, huh? Way bigger than Elizabeth's dump train.
As soon as we alighted, Miss D turns to me proudly. She acts as if she knows everything about the whale, but I know that isn't true. Go play with Death's Shadow, okay? I need to look around with the metas. Death's Shadow is also very, very cute.
Okay, let's go, Stalker. My assistant has important work to do.
After calming her down, I start by surveying my surroundings. My first impression of the whale's interior is that it's a space of raw chaos. The space designated by Elizabeth as a safe place to search is approximately 300 meters in length and 200 meters in width. The highest point is nearly 100 meters high, but some spots only have 2 meters of vertical space. Most striking of all, though, is that all of the structures and machines in here hang down from the ceiling. So, any thoughts? My first reaction is that it certainly wasn't made for human use. Clearly not. Is there anything else, though? Any sense that you've seen it before? Or any memories it might bring back? Not at all. It's like I'm seeing a tourist attraction for the first time. Commander, I pulled up a part of the floor and found a control panel. Can you try authenticating? You pulled up the floor? I did it safely after a sound structural analysis. I'll put it back when we're done, I promise. I follow her to the exposed control panel. Attempt authentication. Nothing changes on the panel. Nothing happened. My Antiochus system credentials have always come in handy when I needed them, but this time they've failed me. Sorry, Helena, but I don't think these leads will get us anywhere. Have you found anything? I've been trying to hack into the system here since we arrived. I have found one thing. When Devil seized this place, she added a bunch of things to the security layer. I had to remove them one by one. Elizabeth told me that the Devil's been trying to take total control of the whale. Does that mean that she left pitfalls to stop others from catching up while she's hacking it? Devilish, isn't it? Honestly, yeah. Commander, I haven't covered another control panel. Can you try again? Ah, keep this up and Misty's going to notice. Belay digging around for now and wait for Elena to work her magic. Yes, Commander. Rumble! Do you all hear that? It's like an earthquake.
Yeah! This is bad. The whale's escaping again.
Escaping? Are you saying that the well is turning on? Hot?
Yeah. We turned my whale on. Out with it.
Something is terribly wrong, Commander. We must retreat at once.
Oh, yeah. We gotta get out of here, or else the whale's gonna take us with it.
It struggles, quickens, as if it's desperately trying to set sail for new worlds. As it rumbles, Helena, Memphis, and even the Queen's Light cars begin to blur as the whale tries to expel them. She's got us. Memphis, stay by me. Protect the Commander. Trust me, I was already planning to. Go, Compiler. A blue current rushes forth, and Compiler appears, equipped with a rigging.
Orders received. Protect the Commander at all costs. Ah, she's so cute. Look at her. What a kitty pie.
Don't leave your post until you hear from me. Helena! Commander, don't leave Compiler's side. I'm going to find you ASAP. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude! Ah, jeez! The shaking intensifies further until the meta disappears. I can barely feel the presence of Compiler and Miss D. Rebozo. Rebozo! And then, everything goes silent. The world turns a pure white. Oh shit. Oh shit! What a cliffhanger, see! Alright, next. Danger intensifies. Let me drink some tea.
Alright, let's have a look-see. 5th combat sector near target ruins. Well, maybe it is like question mark. Let's go, let's go. Hello, game? Hello, game? Network connection failed. Reconnect. Yes, please. Hello? Hello? Chat, I think we're massively cooked, bro. Chat, I think we're super cooked. Alright, maybe it crashed. Let me reboot the game. Oh dear. Yep. Azur. Alright, back to it. I mean, there's been a lot of crash today. This update seems to really be... Seems really unstable. Alright, back to this. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, it's worse now. Okay. Emulator enjoyer be suffering hard. Yeah, I mean, if you want to stream it, unfortunately, you just gotta use an emulator. It is what it is. I do have it on my phone also, but yeah, man. When Elizabeth Mesa began her examination, the world underwent great change. The buds of the full moon, which typically only flickered in or out of existence, began to glow one after another. Extra-dimensionals to lay dormant across the world suddenly turned violent. Glorious received countless alerts from more than 20 combat sectors, all at once. Everyone, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Extra-dimensional hordes have awakened. The likelihood of a beast tide has dramatically increased. Beastly tide, okay. It's too dangerous to remain here. We must return to the Rose Tower and plan countermeasures. Rapidly deteriorating, you say? Is it related to the pupae suddenly glowing? I can't be certain about anything yet. Your Majesty, we must ready the train for departure. Miss Elizabeth? Elizabeth Meta did not respond to her address. This is bad, Your Majesty. She can't hear us. It was then that everyone noticed something off about her. Her eyes were closed tight and she didn't react to anyone's call. It was as if she'd fallen into a deep sleep while still standing. Even I've never seen something like this. Sheffy, what's wrong with her? Her Majesty is in a very distant place. Her consciousness may be temporarily absent. There must be a big secret behind the destruction of the synchronization device. Lion, Glorious, the other Elizabeth is busy examining the destruction of the device, so she won't be able to act for the time being. Let's split up into 2 groups. Sheffield, lead the Metas to protect this place until she completes her examination. Everyone else will board the Messectet and return to the Rose Tower. I trust you'll allow us to board, dear Governor. I'd be offended if you didn't. You'll leave her alone here. Perhaps she could be transported to the Messectet and brought back to the tower. You mustn't remove her. Do not worry. We'll keep her safe. Oh, then I'll dispatch some pawns to protect her. Sounds like a plan. Chop chop, Cleopatra. Land the Messectet. Yes, Miss Governor. Descending now. Yeah! Meanwhile, somewhere in the tower. Position indication jammed again. It must be magician. I should have kept watching her and had Memphis take Vestal with her instead. Stay calm, Helena. If this is her doing, the commander's life shouldn't be endangered. Even still doesn't mean that there's no danger whatsoever. That insane woman's directly picking a fight with me. No, she activated the trap that instant I left. The timing is too convenient. Devil may not need to wail anymore, thanks to her. That doesn't mean she'll readily give it away to anyone who wants it. But Magician's direct interference would change things. I see. That's why Devil kept the inside of the well under such scrutiny once it was in Elizabeth's hands. Is she working with Devil, or is she simply using her? I don't know yet, but... Ugh, I've been blind. Even if Devil no longer needs it, she isn't the only one who would have use for it. Magician isn't just after the whale, she's after the commander too. But why? This is awful. I can't sit idly by any longer.
I just hope that this expedition can supplement the data missing from the tower's database. I'll need to pass more information on the ashes. Fair enough. Alright, now we get to this part down here. Part 5-1, Exploring the Unknown. Let's have a look. Who's on this side? Once the light fades, I find myself in a wasteland I've never seen before. Oh, Shkikan. The dark blue well has turned a yellowish black and shrunk to about 2 meters in size. It floats a few centimeters above the ground, making it look like an amusement park ride for children.
Hey, assistant, look, I can ride it. I can even fly around on it. My stalker's gone too. This trip turned out pretty rad. Woohoo! Well flying, well flying!
Miss D gleefully rides the well. She apparently sees this terrifying situation as a fun little trip. Meanwhile, compiler, you already built a command center? Your compiling speed is jaw-dropping.
Not especially confirming information on our environs. According to the topographical map, we are currently in the Vale of Glamorgan in southern Wales. Analysis of the land composition yields traces of fierce combat in the past. However, there have been no major battles here in the past 3 years. I've also detected a signal left by compiler. However, there is no mainframes or similar vessel nearby. Hypothesis, this is a test site, but the experimentation division has been destroyed.
You learned all of that just now. Impressive.
Not especially. Continuing situation analysis. Recommendation, go to the nearby building to rest.
No, thank you. I don't get to see you work often. I like to observe.
Do as you please.
Even throughout the conversation, she doesn't stop her analysis. A flock of micro-drones flies out of her rigging. Some grew up in the sky, some ding on the ground, and yet others fly toward the ocean. What are you doing now?
I am only able to use local resources at this moment. Without my mainframe, my capacity is limited. Thus, I am searching for repairable and dormant facilities in order to bolster my resources. If possible, I prefer to build a new mainframe as soon as possible. There, I found an integrated coastal military module nearby that is worth of repair. Think of it as a modular base that has not yet been assembled. Good, the defense module and mass production module are both intact. We can construct a mass-produced escort fleet to defend ourselves.
Wow, your sirens are incredibly efficient.
Not especially. As for our means of travel... Whale! Hide my whale, get on!
Miss D's pleas fall on deaf ears as Compile transform part of her rigging into a sort of hovering armored vehicle.
Whale's a truck. It's no whale, but your thing's pretty cool too.
Whale time! I want a whale for sure. I want to fly on the whale.
Woohoo! Let's go, Whale Rider! Yeah!
Alright, back to part 4. Transcendental Insight. Let's go. Ooh, back to Elizabeth Meta. Dude, there's so many moving parts in this chapter. It's crazy. Elizabeth Meta wandered through the empty void.
Did we fall into a trap? Or did the real perpetrator leave traces when destroying the device?
Narrowing her eyes, she squinted at the nothingness. Then she crashed into the earth like a meteorite. After that, she and the extra-dimensionals went on a rampage. They crushed the resistance of everyone in their path. The warships, the sheep girls, and the sirens. The world was enveloped in deathly silence. The space reverted into a void.
This isn't it. Must focus harder. Must find the moment the inaccuracy synchronizer disappeared.
One more time, she sharpened her focus and fixated on the nothingness. In response, the nothingness began to assume a new appearance. It became the interior of a building with advanced technology. Light shone brightly and the air was abuzz with voices.
There, we found it.
Elizabeth walked through the crowds and the walls, heading for the room where the synchronizer was stored. Then she saw something, or somebody, standing in front of the device. Oh, damn, baby!
It was you who broke it. What in the world are you? Blast it with its insight.
A ruined wasteland, the extra-dimensional formed a horde, and the birds of the full moon were squirming. The monsters were approaching frighteningly fast, while Elizabeth Meta was asleep at the device. A team of Meta Shipgirl was the only thing holding the front line. Ooh, Star Beast! Look at this big boy. Know your place. Know your place. A voice from a higher dimension broke Elizabeth's concentration, making the world fall apart for an instant.
The Star Beasts? What do you have to do with what we just saw?
Go
back.
Who do you think you are, giving us the orders? Continuing with the insight.
Oh boy. Oh! The buds are opening! Are they actually portals to different worlds? Oh, that's crazy, bro. The ruined wasteland again, the buds of the full moon unfolded their sepals. Cities and the interlands, hearth, mountains and rivers, the surface of the sepals reflected mainly landscapes.
Is each bud its own artificial singularity?
Oh!
They activate hundreds of singularities in the one world all at the same time. Wait, what is that golden shine? Camelot? And a myth of vampire is there. Is that the other Elizabeth's world? And that world with the radiant lighthouse? Is that where Lion is from? What is this? Did this connect the worlds of all those who've come here? No, that cannot be true.
The light of a firefly cannot compare to the regions of the star. So, were the buds kind of like a work in progress, and because other people from other world went here, the bud now can function as like an anchor to connect to the other worlds, so the star beast would be able to travel to them? That would be crazy. Kind of a way of like lure people in and then invade the other places. Go back. The pressure from the higher dimension pushed on her again.
The situation demands it. We must see to rest. We must see the rest. We must take a risk. Even a weak firefly can pursue the light. Insight.
Ooh, she can speak Star Beast.
Desolation and ruination. Countless wrecks were piled up beneath the buds of the full moon. The horde of extra-dimensional rushed incessantly toward the pupae, only to be torn to ribbons by the entrances of the singularities.
They can't pass through the singularities.
There was no end to the horde, and the corpses kept piling. The shell of a well was turned into a graveyard for beasts. I am the Star Beast.
Shut up with you. Insight.
At last, the wasteland had morphed into a world of corpses. Even the sea was turned white with their remains. Time passed and eventually something changed. A new adversary was born amidst the wreckages. Oh, shit! It rose from the heap of extra-dimensional corpses and charged at the bud of the new moon. This time it passed through in one piece. One by one, the many scenes reflected in the buds were reduced to silence, dead barrens.
What is that? Some sort of new mimic entity? A mimic entity was born from the wreckages of extra-dimensionals. Is this the future that awaits this world? Was its fate sealed the moment that Synchronizer was destroyed? It's... No. Could it be? Insights.
The world vanished in an instant into the void. Elizabeth could neither think nor feel. Her very presence began to fade, each moment of time stretching on for an eternity.
Curses. Return to the Queen's light.
Ooh, she's okay. Elizabeth suddenly collapsed during her examination.
Your Majesty, what happened? You look dreadful. Forgive me, I should not have used that word. Get us out of here. Take the tray to the Rose Tower.
Oh! Dude, that shit is going so hard. What the hell? Alright, let's go. We are back to part 5, compiler, the reliable. There it is. We arrived at the repairable endowment facility that compiler spoke of. On the surface, it looked like a coastal factory that was destroyed years ago. Compiler commanded a swarm of drones to pick apart the wreckages. Then, after leveling the area, new sections began appearing one by one, coming together to form an expanding territory. First, she established a factory, then an airport, a regular port, a radar site, strong defenses with massive cannons, and many more buildings I can't name. The factory got to work and started churning out small robots. They joined the swarm taking apart the wreckages, built pipes extending deep underground, and erected embankments and formed rivers. Finally, she built a tall control tower at the base centers which rose high above. The pipes are probably from replenishing resources. The tower then should be used to control the Mirror Sea. I'm guessing she's going to use the Mirror Sea as a protective shield for her base. While my guess wasn't necessarily wrong, what happened next showed that I'd underestimated Compiler. After the first control tower was complete, Compiler built a second one. She encased the Mirror Sea inside another Mirror Sea, then also added a mist consisting of a macro layer medley in between the two. Once that was done, she finally stopped and nodded faintly.
Commander, I fortified the camouflage to our temporary base. Bearing in mind practical access to resources supply and computing resources, I launched 5 Type 2 mass production lines and 2 Type 2 Enforcer series production lines to ensure basic combat capabilities. For now, we're safe.
Glad you're so reliable. True.
Thanks for the compliments. Most of my resources are currently going toward rebuilding my mainframe.
Hang on, you've even started rebuilding that?
Its core will be operational in about 72 hours. It can be restarted at 10% of its original capacity. I have recovered some files about the test site from my surviving mainframe database, filtering down the parts that should be interesting to you.
Appreciate it. If there's one thing I need now, it's intel. Give me a second, chat. Alright. Did you find anything?
I did. The serial number of the test site is SQ4577486. The destruction of this site's compiler was due to an attack by a horde of extra-dimensionals.
Wait, a horde of extra-dimensionals?
I surmise that they already possess the strength to fully take over the world.
Are there any other survivors?
Yes, I detect signs of a lost mass-produced patrol fleet unaffiliated with the Sirens.
Must be a resistant force, like the one Fritz Romain led. Can you pinpoint where the trails converge?
I'm not yet able to perform a well-world scan. Within my current sensor range, however, they converge upon the port of LD. What's this? Commander, something has changed. The extra-dimensionals are gathering into large groups. It's likely they're preparing a large-scale attack.
Can you protect against it?
As long as we do not attack first, they are physically unable to detect us.
When will our connection with Elena be back online?
Impossible to estimate.
Then doesn't that put LD in serious danger?
Most likely, detecting several swarms approaching it. Fighting has already broken out at the outer periphery.
Then we should go and help them.
My orders are to protect you at all cost. This takes precedence.
I still want you to help.
If you insist on sending me to help them, wait until after the 72 hours have elapsed. Even with only 10% of my original capacity, I'll be able to deploy more powerful weapons and create a path straight from here to LD.
That's too long. The survivors might not hold that for that long. And if they do, they'll suffer heavy losses in the process. We have to go to LD and rebuild a line of defense.
The transport process is very risky. I do not recommend it. What's that? You're not gonna listen to the assistant? Who do you think is in charge here? Huh? Assistant, if the albino fabricator here won't take you there, mine will and I will do it.
Albino fabricator? That's crazy.
I'll take you wherever you want. Wherever you want to go. Albino fabricator.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's right. If you're going to do it no matter what, fine. At least wait 2 hours though. I need that long to prepare the transport.
Alright, thank you.
No need, I'm only doing what I must.
Let's go! It's all coming together, boys! A different Royal Navy. Yeah, let's go. The Port of LD, Rose Tower. Man, this story is so high stake. Like, everything's going to shit. It's crazy. I love it. But, like, in a good way. I love it. Like, we've seen, like... Oh, dude, it's so good. Lawrence group arrived back at the Rose Tower with the mess octet. Glorious ran straight for the war room and began commanding the counterattack across all combat sectors. It reminded Elizabeth and Lion alike that the Royal Navy of this war was completely different from the one they knew. Factories in the mountains, river after river dug out in the plains. By Jove. There are even purposefully flooded sections to speed up the mobilization of palms and mass-produced sheep. They've torn the country to shreds. Even so, we keep fighting. Our glory will be tarnished if we let them run amok in our own homeland. Miss Elizabeth, I spotted a large group of enemies in the direction of the 5th Wireless Communication Laboratory. Are you still unable to reach your Meta counterpart? Shall I send reinforcement her way? I still can't reach her. Fear not, however. Escorts are the finest there are. It may seem like they're being pushed back, but they're simply being cautious out of a lack of information on the enemy. Send your forces to the sectors that need them most. Yeah, it is. Yeah, for real. If you can help in any way, just say it. It's why we came here in the first place. I concur. Don't walk on eggshell for our sake. Whilst the enemy is numerous, it is readily apparent they are uncoordinated. If they're going to attack the Rose Tower, we may as well meet them outside. Understood. In all honesty, something odd is currently transpiring in the Well sector, and I don't know what to do about it. The Royal Islands are presently divided into 12 combat sectors. Most of my forces are concentrated in the areas 1 through 6, the ones surrounding the Rose Tower. The Well sector is number 9, and I am frankly at a loss as to handle the situation there. Say no more. We'll deal with it. Would you happen to know anything about what's happening there? Shortly after the extra-dimensional appeared, I detected signs that the Siren fleet had come back online in the area. Wait, a Siren fleet? Didn't they completely vanish from this world over 100 years ago? Correct. However, I am sure that it is them. I got footage of swarms drones repairing one of their former factories. My latest intel shows that they have formed a fleet and are currently cutting through the hordes of extra-dimensionals. They've entered the flooded region through the Bristol Channel, and I believe they're heading toward the Rose Tower. If they're the Sirens from your world, doesn't that make them allies? Most likely, yes, since despite them having sighted my monitoring stations en route, they did not destroy them. Here, these are pictures that my hidden cameras took. Gloves brought up numerous photographs on the war room screen. Those are Sirens for sure. Judging by the make, they're mass-produced ships and enforcers of the Type 2 variety.
What the? Is that a baby whale among them? It's adorable! Yeah! Galen knows what's up! She knows what's up, baby! Oh, hell yeah!
Did you say a baby whale? Your Majesty, doesn't it greatly resemble the stuffed whale that Miss D has? Also, while the picture is rather blurry, isn't that outline of Miss D herself riding the whale?
What? What's in the... This is bad news. Lions, stop the Missectet at once. We must go to support them immediately.
Huh? First time I've seen you distressed. Is that little whale an acquaintance of yours, Lady Elizabeth?
I'll explain on the way. There is no time to waste.
Alright, alright. Your destination is an active combat zone. Are you sure you want to take the Missectet? I'll set it down in the water before we get there. If we're going to fight, we'll do it on our home turf. A wise decision. Cleopatra, ready the ship. We're setting off. Understood. Ah, this is still bugged. It is what it is. Alright! Oh, look at them! Wait, can they actually fly on the lion with wings? That's crazy, dude.
Ah! Look at Gala just grabbing and carrying poor Miss D. Ah, it's adorable, bro.
Alright, compiler of the... Frick, I missed it. What did it say? Compiler's transport plan proved a lot simpler than I anticipated. That being, after 2 hours of prepping as best as she could, she'd take the shortest route to the port of LD, charging through enemies in the way. As expected, or perhaps as not expected, our fleet has ended up in a stalemate with an army of extraterrestrial in the Bristol Channel.
Hey, Albino Fabricator, why have you not moved an inch after all that fighting? There's something about this. The enemy has grouped up, making them stronger than the sum of their parts. Calculating the relation between size of force and combat capabilities now. Enemy is more numerous than predicted. We must slow down for safety's sake and wait for more production lines to come online. Then why are you building a fort here? It is necessary to preserve our momentum. Ugh, too slow! Too slow! Who knows when we're gonna get there at this speed? Arrival within the next 72 hours is guaranteed. That's just as long as you said before. Negative, the previous 72 hours plan did not account for travel time. The current plan assures arrival within the next 72 hours.
Going with a tactic like this is pretty consistent with the modus operandi. We can't afford to take our sweet time though. Need to come up with a plan. I really should contact the survivors in this area. They may not be able to send support, but even intel on their waterway should be a godsend.
Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang.
Okay, but for real though. Siren character, playable when? Yo, I mean, come on. Playable when, boys? Playable when? Dude, I want Miss D and Compiler to be playable. They gotta be, bro. They're so cute, man. Like, Compiler is such a little baby. I just want to adopt her as my daughter.
Kaboom! Commander, status update. A third force is approaching from the northeast.
The northeast must be the local resistance force. From what I read in your files, the Siren that stayed here had an alliance with the previous local force powers. Is that correct?
Yes, without a doubt.
Then it's possible they think we're their former allies who've come back to life, so they sent reinforcement our way. I wasn't sure whether to reach out to them. Guess they're making the first move now.
Wow, look, assistant. There are golden lions flying in the air.
What? Golden lions? I turn my gaze upward and see no lions of any kind, only flying units engaged in combat. How do you see the lions? Did the whales tell you that?
I don't know, I just know I saw them. It's fine if you can't see them. I'll go and call the lions over. Well, take off.
Bang, 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 bang. Ah, look at them, boys! Look at the big lions! Oh, they're cool, bro. They're cool, bro. Look at them. They throw fireballs and shit. Sheesh. Subara sheesh. Do lions with wings have a special name? I don't even know.
Lion! Hey, big glowing lion with wings. Huh? Trinidad, is it just me or is that whale down there charging at us?
Looks like it. I think there's someone riding it too. The whale doesn't seem to have any weapons. She'll hurt herself if she collides with us.
Quick, we have to save her. Here I come.
Careful.
Hey, it's fine. I caught her. Woohoo, I flew like a bird. Wow, there's a whistleblower and a scorpion lady in this lion. Hello.
A what? What, scorpion lady? I mean... Dude, I'm sorry to tell you, Trinidad, but your fucking rigging exactly looks like a scorpion, bro.
That's you. Come on, you need to go see the assistant. The who?
What are you talking about?
Nani?
After Miss D boarded the line like she wanted, I managed to get in touch with Elizabeth, board domestic cadet. We had a brief information exchange and I learned the gist of this world. As one might expect though, I initially wasn't sure how to react. First, there's Lion and her team coming from a world where Elizabeth is no more. Then there is the miracle of me ending up in the same place as the Elizabeths did. And how all three groups mistook each other for the fighting force native to this world. Naturally, Elizabeth was quite shocked to learn about the whale having shrunk in comparatively. The whale having shrunk is so funny to me. I can just picture it. Like a cute, like kinda... a large-ish plushie. Bro, adorable. I need one. At any rate, Compiler built a defense line and bolstered their aerial forces, after which I boarded and dissected with the rest and headed for the Rose Tower in the port of LD. As for Miss D, she apparently chose to ride the Flying Lion. Hell yeah. I have to ask, what are those flying lions? Well... Maybe he was Commander? Well, Commander, they are the Missected secret weapon. I cannot share more than that as it is confidential.
They just mass-produced siren shields that you put solid holograms over.
No! Poor lion! She got wrecked by Miss D, bruh. Take care, Travelers. Have a great evening. Cleopatra, start the ship. But Miss Governor, Trafalgar is yet to come on board. Just send one of the Luxwing Lions out there. Out to her. She didn't seem very keen on flying, but I'd hate for her to pass on such an unforgettable experience. Now start the engine. As you say. Alright! So it was Compiler the overly cautious? Overly reliable. Okay, invasion plan 6-1. Let's do it. The Messected stone-like wanding metal structure retreated, a curtain of orange light lifted, and the Messected finally landed on the Rose Tower. I did not see a welcome party of pawns like Elizabeth described, no doubt due to the dire situation on the front. Glorious Meta offered her apologies for this. Naturally, Elizabeth and I both assured her that it was fine, that she didn't have to leeway for a grand reception. On the way here, Elizabeth shared with me as much intel as she could. Compared to what little Compiler gathered, she broadly understood what calamity was taking place in this world. Some of it had seen in Rumay's world before, extra-dimensional attacks, and the sirens were destroyed. In this world, however, the Star Beast hadn't shown itself. Additionally, the extra-dimensional in this world are much stronger than those of Rumay's world, and as we learned while carrying out Compiler's plan. I speculate that the reason the Star Beast didn't show up was that the extra-dimensionals already present were enough to wipe out the sirens. It never needed to appear. While examining the battlefield map in the war room, it hit me how the Royal Navy defined its sectors in an unusual way. The map didn't use the modern-day region of the Royal Islands, but rather the ones from the Heptarchy period of its history. I asked Glorious about it, and she explained with an awkward smile, this way it makes the Rose Tower the heart of all the combat sectors. Indeed, it does. The Rose Tower is the core of this world's resistance force. It only makes sense to divide the areas of operation around it. She has been fighting like this for 100 years. She fought until she was the last one standing. If that isn't emblematic of her name, I don't know what is. Damn. Sometime later, the Queen's Light also landed at the Rose Tower, carrying Elizabeth Meta. She had some rather concerning news to share. The buds of the full moon were going to bloom one day, which would open a tunnel of singularities connecting two countless worlds. X's mimic beasts are born from the wreckage of extra-dimensionals, and they will eventually push through the singularities and bring destruction to all those worlds. Two especially notable worlds are linked to those singularities: Test Site Beta and Lion's Homeworld. However, the one who stole the inaccuracy synchronizer as well as the Star Beast have yet to show themselves. Since Elizabeth exhausted herself by overusing her power, she'll have to stay on the train and rest for a while. It's all up to us now. We need to do something. The Port Vale D Rose Tower War Room.
The horde of extra-dimensional is the buds of the full moon. It's almost like they're waiting for their sepals to open. It's proving rather probable that what Miss Elizabeth Meta said is true. I never would have thought there existed something even more terrifying than the extra-dimensionals. Worse yet, these foul creatures will invade in many more worlds through the buds, wreaking destruction on your homes as well. I'm truly sorry. I did not anticipate that I would embroil you in this disaster.
Do not be sorry. We're sworn allies. Nobody has said the birds cannot be destroyed. We need merely destroy them all before it's too late. The collateral damage that stopped you from destroying them before no longer matters. In fact, it may help to reduce the enemy's number. How many birds are there across the Royal Islands? Can we even be sure that this is the only place where they exist?
Back when I still had contact with other countries, I verified that they had appeared nowhere else. As for how many there is no exact figure. I don't have many monitoring stations across Sector 8 through 12. However, based on current data, I estimate that there are somewhere over 400 of them in existence.
Over 400? It would be impossible to destroy them all. The solution is right under your nose. Why must we consider destroying all of them? Because each and every one of them connects to a whole world. Regardless, our power is limited. It's simply a fact that we cannot save everyone. You're right, we can only do so much. Still, I will stop at nothing to destroy the bird that leads to my world, whatever it takes. Elizabeth Meta, can you locate those two buds?
Of course, we remember them vividly. We stored the coordinates after we got back. They've been processed, sending them to you now. Coordinate received, Miss Elizabeth. Let's see. One is in the southwest of Wales, by the water of the Vale of Glamorgan. The other one is in the Isle of Wight in the Wessex sector. It's close to the location where you first arrived.
The Vale of Glamorgan? That's where Compiler erected all the structures. Then I don't need to worry that much about the bud there. The sooner we deal with risk, the better. Let's split up. I concur. We should each dispose of the bud connected to our own world, yes? No, because it will make one of our teams significantly weaker. You'll struggle, Lion. Yes, you're correct. Then you'll have to share some of your forces with us.
Take my meta counterpart subordinates with you. I, my own subordinates, and Compiler will accompany my servant here. No, your group shall go with Lion, whilst we will come with Commander. We are the only one able to pilot the Queen's Light, going separately from us expand your selection of tactics. You're right, I overlooked that. Alright, servants, you'll go with meta counterparts. I will bring my followers along to support Lion.
Good, now we have two balanced teams. Ideally, we should boost all the Rose Tower's defenses as well. For all we know, the Star Beast might show up out of nowhere.
Hunter, you'll stay behind.
Roger. Glorious, tell me if I can help with anything.
Much obliged.
And so we split into two groups and boarded the Queen's Light and the Messectet, respectively, and departed from the Rose Tower. Elizabeth, Belfast, Vanguard, Renowned Meta, and Repulsed Meta will provide support for Lion. Meanwhile, Elizabeth Meta will be accompanied by her subordinate along with Miss D, Compiler, and me. This will be my first time commanding both Sirens and Metas at the same time. That sure sounds like the kind of lineup the United Council fought X with. Alright, time to take these Mimics entities head on. Hell yeah, baby, let's go! In the name of the Queen of the Eternal Sun. Eternal Sun. I knew it, baby! On account of its proximity to the Rose Tower, the Wessex sector has always been firmly under Glorious's control. Furthermore, since almost all the extra-dimensionals are moving toward the buzz of the new moon, the airspace between here and the Isle of Wight was comparatively clear. This allowed Lion to pilot the Mesected to the island in record time. Once we disembarked onto the sea, the ship girls assumed battle formation and engaged the enemy in direct combat. Wow, once we're below the bud, we can set down the high-yield explosive that Elizabeth Meta supplied us with. I brought extras to be safe and asked Glorious to provide aerial support. One might call it double insurance.
I think your explosives should more than suffice. Knowing her, she probably already gave you more than needed.
Better to be safe than sorry when so much is at stake. I also brought my own bombs for the purpose of the expedition. I thought I'd use them to blow up a mountain to make a base or some such. Instead, they'll be used to bring down a giant. We spent an unimaginable amount of resources to construct just one singularity, and here are over 400 ones just growing in the wild. And now I must destroy one of them with my own hands, lest everything I hold dear vanish in a heartbeat. Just yesterday I was sitting by the bank of the Nile, looking forward to a new era. Today I'm caught in a battle to the death with an incomprehensible foe, facing a crisis that involves the survival of my world. How do I put it? It feels like being in a bizarre dream. The situation makes me want to tender my resignation. I have no idea how I'll write a report on all this when I return.
Think about writing a report this time. You must utterly adore your job.
My mind is a mess currently. The only way I can calm myself down is by thinking about work. You seem like you're used to high-stakes situations such as this, Your Majesty. Care to share some nuggets of wisdom?
Me? Do I really look like I'm taking this well? Perhaps I am. I've been through so many life-or-death battles that I stopped counting. Everyone's life is different, so while I can't give you any advice on dealing with stress, I can share my mindset with you. My home world was a siren test site. It was also a prison we could not leave. Sure, a prison where you'd be fed and clothed, but there was danger everywhere if you took one step outside. Even if a prison is comfortable, should you be content with living and dying by the whims of its warden?
In our case, we eliminated the warden and gained some freedom for ourselves.
That you did. Now are you going to let your world be destroyed by an unknown danger like what happened to those reflected in the buds? It's dangerous outside the cage. We all knew that. But now we have freedom. And with freedom comes the right to choose. You can learn about your enemies, you can grow stronger, you can explore the unknown, you can keep chasing after hope. One day you'll have gotten through the true danger, and then a glorious future won't seem like a pipe dream anymore. Do you know what I mean?
A noble perspective. Thank you. I think I picture the outline of that report now.
Glad I could help.
As for the distress signal we both received.
What about it?
The signal we received contained a message, in the name of the Eternal Sun. What is this Eternal Sun? Is it some sort of code word used in your alliance?
Something like that. According to my other self, it's a plan to recruit allies from beyond worlds of our own. The Eternal Sun Project.
Then I would like to formally request to join. I want to be part of this project.
Do you mean as a representative of your country? Or in your capacity as the governor of the Nile?
I'm not sure yet. For now, the latter.
Hey Kate, how you doing? That can be arranged, as to be allies. I naturally have no plans of meddling with the affairs of your world. You're permitted to join the Eternal Sun Project. Alternatively, we can form a temporary alliance. However, I ultimately do hope to establish a formal alliance with the entirety of your Royal Navy. You see what I'm driving at, don't you?
Of course. I pray that we can form a cooperative arrangement.
Good. Since we're true allies now, I want to ask something that's been weighing on me. You said you defeated the Sirens. Does that mean you destroyed all their mainframes? One other really did not find anything good at the malls, though, sadly. Ah, sorry to hear. Like the ones under the ice sheet in Antarctica. Did you deal with it? Meanwhile, unlike the well-defended Wessex that Lion's team was passing through, Wales and Cornwall had almost nothing in the way of allied forces stationed there. You saw more switch to prices than you might throw up. Oh shit, what were they? Not only would fighting there be extremely dangerous, but it was also impossible for the Queen's Light to cut right through it to our destination. Fair. The Mario Party game, which is slightly upgraded version of the Switch 1, is $115. Jesus Christ. The silver lining was that we had more than enough firepower. But the combined onslaught of the Sirens and the Mezzos was ruthless. The extra-dimensional were forced to fall back. Soon after, we'd reached our destination below the Bud. This was a lot easier than when I fought alongside the Iron Blood's resistance.
You got here fast this time. Good job, Albino. And you, Elizabeth. Good job on you too. praising us now, are you? Stop being cheeky. Let's spend your snacks.
130 after tax? Bruh. That is crazy, man. Yeah, I'm just thinking I might just not get the Switch. I feel like it's not worth getting it just to play my freaking Xenoblade Chronicles, bro. Although the Xenoblade Chronicles games are like the Switch 1 games, so I won't have to buy the games, but yeah, it's fucking terrible. Also, I will say, Canada sucks with prices, like holy crap. For me, it's probably gonna be like $90, which still sucks massively, like what the hell. I can buy 3 decent AA studio games on Steam with that price. That's ridiculous. For that price.
No, I'm sorry. How are your wounds? Just fine. There is yet to be any signs of the bad opening, but anything could happen. Keep your guard up and let's go.
Your Majesty, Compeller has begun placing the high-yield explosives. Are you sure bombs will really do the trick? It's hard to tell how durable the inside is on account of how well isolated the sepal is. However, based on the destructive power of our weaponry in previous missions, we think it will be more than enough. We also have a backup plan of bombarding the bird from a distance with the train's weapons. You need not worry. So much is on the line here. I can't help but worry until it's been thoroughly destroyed. I stare at the butt of the full moon floating in the air. All of a sudden, the sepal opens and the bud began to bloom. Its inside reveals a continuously changing space. The very next moment means these wells suddenly to 10 to 50. The well leaps into the air, Miss D is still riding it, and it charges straight into the center. Okay. How's everyone else? I'm okay, just constantly baffled by the internet. Like, people that unironically... Like, this has been pissing me off for, like, so long at this point. People that are continuously upset at Freerun because, they're calling Freerun, like, a racist show. And they're calling the author racist. Because Freerun doesn't like demons in the show. So basically, if you don't know, in the show, the demons literally don't feel any emotion. And so they pretend to feel emotion to better kill other people and eat them. And because she's like, all demons are evil and I must eradicate them, people are saying that it's a neo-Nazi show and if you like it, you're racist. Because clearly this is peak racism. It's like people can't fucking separate a different world from their own political views. Lol, okay, yeah, I swear, I'm not even kidding. This is a real thing, by the way. Like, people are unironically upset about it. Like, people are straight up calling the author a racist because of that. They're calling her like a racist separatist because, of course, she would have those kind of views because she's Japanese, which is basically racist, mind you. They think that just because she's Japanese, she has those kind of views. But yeah, I was just like, this is why I hate social medias, because all the unwell people in the world gather together and just start spewing the most outrageous bullshit. So yeah, there it is! Every time I open Twitter, like, I just want to see my gacha news. But because of that For You page, it always shows me the most dumb shit ever. The demons aren't exactly good people in Freerun, to my knowledge. Oh no, they're not. They're absolutely not. It's not even like,
oh, not all like some demons are nice. No, there's not even an aspect of some demons are nice. All demons are literally evil. Like, none of them are nice. The kids' devils, like, at some point she ate the daughter of someone so she could repeat, like, she could use the voice of the daughter that she ate, and then she killed the parents afterward. Like, even the kids' demon are evil as fuck, and they don't have emotion, they don't feel remorse or anything. They literally just straight up evil. But people are mad that Frieren is like, oh, they're demons, let's kill them right away, right? It's just, bruh, people are so messed up, for real. Alright, Bridge to the Beyond! Let's check it out. We're like halfway there. The world is vast, dark, without bounds. I feel as if I weighed down nothing as Miss D and I are sucked into it. What in the world? That's bad when I'm feeling similarly. Ayo. Where's Miss D? I frantically search my surroundings and find her floating alongside Death's shadow nearby. Wait, I'm floating too? It feels as if we're soaring through the void alongside the whale. My mind isn't being torn away from me or dissolving into the void. It's the whale protecting me. Whatever the case, where are we going right now? I try calling out to Miss D, but she doesn't react, as if she's deep asleep. I see many people complain about the Magic the Gathering crossover set and how many crossover characters are in Fortnite. So? After an unknown stretch of time, stars finally begin to dot the empty blackness. Buds bloom and various fragments passes by. Did people never smash their action figures together or write crossover fanfic as youngins? I think, honestly, it's probably a case of people being obsessed about canon. It's like, wait, if there's the crossover, if Cloud is in Magic the Gathering, and Cloud is also in Fortnite, that means Fortnite is also in Magic the Gathering. That's not how it works. Fucking turn braid. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ! Stop it! I don't know. I think it's just people being obsessed for no reason. They don't know how to disconnect and not take everything seriously all the time. Among them, I see Fritzhume. She's leading a resistant fleet to take back lost homelands after the repairs of the purification device and defeat the Star Beast. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here like, yo, Transformer is doing another crossover? Yeah, I think just people don't like to take things not too seriously. And I see that often, like, oh, Fritzhume, my girl! I see that often with, like with games and spin-offs and stuff, you know what I mean? And to a lesser extent, you know, for example, like people that unironically think that like the Star Wars first trilogy is ruined because of the prequel and the sequel. And it's like, I mean, you can just ignore it and enjoy what you've enjoyed so far. You don't have to, just because someone made something afterward that was bad, according to you, right? I don't really care personally. It doesn't mean that you have to, like, always consider it. Sometimes you can just take the part that you enjoyed and just take it as a... How to explain this? Like, just enjoy it in a vacuum without considering, like, the rest. Because, like, that would be saying, like, oh, The Lion King was bad because The Lion King 2 was bad, even though I love The Lion King, but now it's been ruined by Lion King 2. No, like, a reboot or a remake or, you know, a part 2 doesn't ruin the part 1. If the part 1 was great, you can still enjoy the part 1. And so many people get upset with that. Like when Reboot game released and everyone acts like the original is erased from existence. Yeah, exactly. Like some people don't like Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's fine. That doesn't mean you can't enjoy Final Fantasy VII, the original one, right? Both things can coexist at the same time and you don't have to enjoy everything. But I don't know. I think it's because people are... Honestly, I feel like it's an amount of narcissism. That everything has to cater to their own likes and dislikes. So, like, if I don't like it, it shouldn't exist. And nobody should be allowed to enjoy it. I don't know, man. It's just weird. The enemy's formation is breaking. Don't let up. Drive them back once and for all. Does this bud connect to your world? Fritzhume! Next, I see Raffaello. After the restoration of the Sardinia League, she holds a personal exhibition in Florence. Her paintings display scenes from her dreams. Most conspicuous among them is a portrait of a girl wearing a black crown.
Wanna know exclusive? Never been before seen things about Her Holiness Marco Polo? Come see my exhibition.
I love Raffaello, she's great. As each one goes to Raffaello's world. Images weave into one another like an endlessly morphing dream. No, this isn't a dream. They're all reality. They're events happening right now in the world that these buds are all connected to. If the bud blooms and the mimic entities get into each world, it's all over. Over 400 buds, over 400 worlds. I could split my force into two groups, one to destroy the bud leading to Rame's world, and the others to destroy Raffaello's. What comes next? Do we just wait and watch while every other world is destroyed? Every world has its own history, its own people, its own future. I can't be complicit in this. But when will they bloom? Is there enough time? Are we strong enough? How many sacrifices are worth it? How many can we save? How many must we abandon? Which do we rescue? Which do we let die? I'm too powerless. Even with all of my resources, power, and knowledge, it's nothing in the face of a real crisis. Bruh. Do I give up? Oh, hell no! Never give up, never surrender, baby! I can't give up. This is all wrong. I have to do something about it. This is all wrong. I have to do something about it. What? Miss D?
Beep beep. Engaging Death Bridge. Switching to real-time communication. Beep beep. Attempting communication.
What are you doing? There is no response. Miss D and Death Shadow continue their mechanical mirrored soliloquy.
Beep beep.
Are they gonna fuse and truly become the proper Death? Oh no! Oh well, who is that? Oh my god, hottie alert! Hello, Death? How have you contacted me through Death Bridge? Wasn't she in the previous events? Or like one of the previous rerun maybe? Wait, wasn't she? No, wasn't she the one that was working with the girl during the Raffaello's event? What's going on? Do you need me to come there? You're silent. Are you in a situation where you can't speak freely? Don't worry, remain calm. I'll be there right away.
Call ended. Closing Death Bridge.
That voice was so familiar. Why did you push the button? What did you screw up this time, hero fans? I knew it's the girl from the event with Raffaello. Oh, dude, I don't remember who she is. But it's one of the cards, one of the tarot cards. What was the name? It's not Empress, is it? Chariot, maybe? Bruh, I don't remember. Now remember, it's her. It's Chariot 7! Fuck! Called it! It is Chariot! Man! Based! Greater Plan, episode 7-1. Suddenly, I find that I'm beneath the bud of the full moon again. Miss D is still on a tiny whale, and Compiler is still setting up high-yield explosive. It's as if everything in the dark space never happened. Everything's quiet, nobody notices a thing, but I'm certain that everything that just happened was real.
Do you just experience something uncanny?
Huh? Elizabeth, did you see it too?
No, our level of insight has fallen for the time being due to our injuries. We only noticed thanks to a warning issued by the Queen's Light. Now, what did you see? Wait a moment. Leave the experience aside and only state your conclusion for the time being. In short, what must we do?
The two buds we were originally planning to destroy won't be enough. We need to destroy all of them. Don't leave a single one intact.
Even were we in tip-top shape, this would be outright impossible.
Our combined effort can destroy more, yes, but we still must pick and choose. Don't worry, reinforcements are on the way.
Reinforcements?
Assistant! Elizabeth! The bat! It's moving!
What? As indicated, the sepals on the bud of the full moon slowly opened. The horde in the distance began to writhe in unison with them.
Oh no, we don't have much time until it blooms.
Let's destroy this one as planned right away, then we'll return to the Rose Tower. We'll have Lion's fleet meet up with us there. Things are changing by the second. We need to make a new plan. Yes! Later. The first stage of the operation went smoothly. Our high-yield explosive had successfully destroyed the bud of the full moon. Everyone successfully retreated to the tower before it exploded as well. However, many other buds around the Royal Islands unfolded as sepals and bloomed, creating singularities that connected to other worlds. The extra-dimensional horde washed up upon the buds like a tidal wave before being ripped to shreds by them. It was exactly like what Elizabeth Meta had seen. During this meeting, I tell all of our allies that they need to destroy every single bud. I add that the arbiter named Chariot is on the way to this world with an army of Antiochus. Destroying every bud in order to protect every world, eh? You're ambitious. I like that. Lion, you can't be seriously considering. I haven't said yes yet. Commander, your goals are lofty, but you haven't convinced us all that they are feasible yet. Let me ask 2 questions before I'm satisfied. Go on. You've told us about the relationship between the Sirens and Antiochus, as well as the experimentation division. But first, when is Chariot coming? Will she be here before the mimic entities appear? Second, can we even rely on her? Or is she going to kill us along with them? JDC mode? Let me see. I don't know exactly when she'll be here, but we were using an emergency communication channel. Yeah, I have it too! It's really cute, isn't it? I think it's from a raid. No, it's from a hype train, I think. I love it. Yeah, it's great. Given the Arbiter's usually quick action, she should get here on time. Regarding your second question, the X and the Antiochus always fight until one side is eradicated. Even if she did try to kill us too, she'd only do it once the X threat was all gone. We should have plenty of time to escape. I thought that Antiochus and the Sirens were the same thing. Am I getting confused? Because they just mentioned the Sirens and Antiochus as like 2 different entities. Bruh, Azur Lane's lore is so complicated, man. Or is the Antiochus a specific group within the Sirens? That might be what it is. As in, Siren is technically all of them, but Antiochus are all the one with tarot card names. Is that what it is? But I don't know. I'll look it up one day, because I really don't know right now. Alright, I'm hearing a whole lot of should. Lives are on the line here. If you're gonna be sure yourself, I'm not convinced either. Though I do like your courage, as big of a gamble as it might be. If we win, we can save hundreds of worlds and build a relationship with an arbiter. If we lose, I'm happy to accept the fruits of victory, but I'm not interested in the burden of defeat. If things look bleak, my people and I take our leave. Don't blame us for that. I won't. We're ready to retreat if necessary too. I want to save as many worlds as I can, but I also want to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. That includes myself and my friends. Good. Let's discuss details. The only ray of hope is Chariot leading an army of Antiochus in annihilating all the mimic entities. But we don't know when they'll arrive, and once enough corpses pile up, the mimic entities are guaranteed to come. What can we actually do here? We can spread out the extra-dimensional corpses as much as possible. If we draw their attention and disperse them across a wider area, rather than piling up their corpses near the buds of the full moon, we may delay their arrival. Even if the mimic entities do appear, we can buy time if they appear in an area for choosing rather than near the buds.
In that case, what if we draw them toward the Rose Tower itself? It is a symbol of the Royal Navy and this fair world. As long as it stands, we will live on forever. Any hostiles who encroach upon us, land or water, are those we hope for our downfall. And if that be the desire, then they must first destroy the Rose Tower. A symbol of the Royal Navy?
No way. Was this tower a conceptual weapon all this time?
Indeed, if I change it to interception mode, the Horde is sure to target it. When they do, we can divide them into combat sectors and conquer them one by one.
Not a bad plan, you thought servants.
We have the home field advantage by the tower. A defensive battle is the best place to take advantage of compiler's strengths too. Let's go with this strategy.
Then I will change to Towers mode. Give me 3 hours, if it please. This will be our final moment of rest before a battle with that end. Relax as much as you can manage, everyone.
Alright, Admiral Mikhail. Man, shit is hitting the fan for real. Testat SQ 4577 Royal Islands Rose Tower. Okay, I think Antiochus is simply the real name of the sirens. Because it means anti-X, right? Because it's the weapon created to fight X, so anti-X. But Antiochus is basically the nickname given by the professor. As the Rose Tower entered charging mode, the wall of nearby buildings were gradually encased in light. Having temporarily left the front, Glorious used the remaining time to host a tea party, hoping to socialize with the other metas. Lion and Elizabeth went together to discuss the details of their alliance. They didn't want to leave ambiguities in the event of an emergency retreat. As for me, I went to repulse Meta and renown Meta to talk about things that happened in the past. I should add that my intentions with this wasn't to stop them from going to the tea party. It just as Repulse calmly murmured that she can sympathize with the girl, but at the least she had tea to drink for the past 100 years. She didn't seem too keen on going to the tea party. I'm glad no one else heard that sad line. Bruh. So you wish to know what happened in World Alpha? As you may or may not know, everyone who left Alpha, including us, has more or less forgotten everything about the place. Or rather, we have false memories. Furthermore, we are completely unaware of this issue until we realize it on our own. What this means is that, frankly, even I am not sure how much of my memories are true. That being said, I do vividly remember the thing you want to know about. Fight until the last light has faded. That was indeed the order that the Council gave us at the time. You may also already know that there are no survivors from the Northern Parliament among the ashes. The reason for that is very simple. They all sank in battle. All of them. Oh yeah, Pamiat. And you call me driven by obsession? You should have a good look in the mirror. Project Dawn is the biggest obsession of them all. You think it's your ray of hope? You couldn't be more wrong. It's an express ticket to your downfall. Just being close to it's bringing misfortune. Do you know what happened to the people involved in this project? I can tell you. Don't answer. I'll tell you either way. The project planner went out with a fleet to test a new experimental device. Then poof! None of them were ever seen again. Then the project was suspended and became an accessory to the separate projects. And when the project started, our entire fleet, as well as our last admiral, were all sacrificed. Not a single survivor. Fight until the last light has faded. That's what they all said. They all fought to their death and let someone else have their chance to leave. This is what Project Dawn is. This is the obsession that's been passed down. Was this thinking related to Project Dawn? Why did the Northern Parliament give up on retreating? It was because someone had to protect the overall city and maintain the weather conditions required for a retreat. The Parliament had always been the one pushing for Project Dawn. It was also the Parliament that volunteered to perform the final undertaking. After the fight until the last light had faded, order was issued. The Parliament's fallen naval commander, Admiral Mikhail, took his fleet and set sail. That was the last thing I witnessed with my own eyes. It was the end of the Northern Parliament in World Alpha. Admiral Mikhail? Hang on a moment. If we adopt this plan, there may be a chance of success. However, we must ensure that the jamming device remains operational as long as possible. In the meantime, we'll have to hold the line while evacuation are carried out. In other words, we already know this, Dr. Aost. We've taken it upon ourselves to build upon this framework. The meeting is now adjourned. Unfortunately, your proposed amendment did not pass. The United Council votes. As a result, we'll continue with the original plan instead. It is time to make a decision, General Commander. That's it! It was him! This is so strange. It's like some of the fog over my memory lifted as soon as I heard his name. I can't quite remember how he looked, though. Wait, something else is coming back to me.
Activating system. Connecting to command system.
So, Admiral Mikhail, are you pleased with the result of this collaboration? I heard a look at all the testing data. I would say I'm impressed. The collaboration with the Dragon Empire yielded Moon, the one with Iron Blood yielded Fortress, and the one with the Royal Navy yielded Enlightenment. Now our Motherlands has created Scythe. This gives the War Protocol series a force unit. Work can finally begin on creating the Council's new task force. True. I eagerly look forward to seeing their performance in battle. Scythe, Fortress and Moon, they were in the recording Hierophant showed me. But who or what is Enlightenment? Indeed. Ah, tea party! Look at them! So cute! Tea party with Glorious. Oh, they have Macron. I'm so jealous. I love macarons, bro. I love macarons so bad, bro. I so much my head. The Rose Tower's glow became brighter and brighter as the charging continued. The sky was illuminated faintly, providing a novel backdrop to the pre-battle tea time.
The cannon fire at the outer perimeter is getting louder. Should we really be sipping tea here while Compal is erecting defenses as fast as she can? The enemy will not come after us until the Rose Towers mode change is completed. Do not be alarmed, Greenville. There is plenty of time.
Okay.
Enjoy your tea while this momentary lull lasts. Alright. Excessive formalities spoils the tea. Why don't we have a little chat? Sure, propose a topic. Well, you ladies already know my past. I don't know much about yours. I've never seen this many metas in one place, either. Would you mind if I inquired about you?
Okay.
Not half bad topic for a tea party. Quinville, you start. Me? We know why you're nervous. It's because you've experienced something like this before. No? Did your world go through something similar to ours then? Many things were different then, but yeah, I did have some quiet time before my big battle. My home was a test site where we and the Siren just kept killing each other. Well, to be fair, they were the first ones to propose peace and share the technology with us. Then one day, they suddenly snapped and turned hostile to us. For all the good times we had back then, we suffered doubly as hard afterward. Our world wasn't reset, but the hell we went through was even worse. My friends and I survived thanks to Her Majesty's leadership. She also brought what few survivors were left to safety. I decided to stay by her side after that and pledge my sword to her. We speculated that the experimentation division in the world wanted to create a civilization with a certain degree of scientific ability, tear it down and cultivate a new one from its ashes.
Oh, interesting.
That's why they didn't utterly destroy it. It's also why Greenville, among other, could be saved. All this time, I believe the Sirens were unwavering allies. What an extreme story. There are all manner of experimentation divisions. In the end, they are but machines loyally following the orders given to them. In some worlds, they are allies. In others, they are invaders one must fight to the death against. What about Compiler, who's aiding us as we speak? Is she like that? She's a bit of an exception, which is to say she's an ally beyond any doubt. That's a relief. Erebus, could you share your history with me? My past isn't much to talk about. I was wounded in a brutal battle. In my despair, I chose metamorphosis later. Her Majesty came and made me stable. I've fought under her ever since then. As for my world, it fared better. The Sirens were defeated before they completed their resets. Hunters, on the other hand, you were even luckier, weren't you? A sudden mention. Yes, my world was a bit unique. Having walked this path with the Majesty for as long as I have, it's become apparent how absurdly lucky we were. Much like this place, we initially coexisted with the Sirens and got on well. That is, until X's influence began to spread.
Okay.
That's it until mimic entities popped up across the globe. In any other case, we would have either fought the entities or barely come out on top, or we'd have been annihilated. However, almost as soon as the fighting began, an arbiter appeared. She chose to fight the entities with us, and completely expelled all of them from our world before they could propagate. The arbiter then made a decision. All the experiments on our world would end, the experimentation branch would be dissolved, and the very test site would be excluded from the Antiochus database. To do this required a worldwide cognitive alteration, erasing every last trace of Antiochus and X.
Oh shit, okay.
Then there was I. I had already seen the truth and could not choose ignorance. So the arbiter brought me here. Brought me with her, sorry. I can remember naught after that point. Everything that happened after that and with
which arbiter it was that saved me, all of it gone. What I do remember is wandering the wasteland by myself, followed by meeting Her Majesty and Miss D. Ever since that day, I've fought by her side. That is quite a bizarre experience. It suddenly seems like the arbiters are more unknowable than the experimentation divisions are. They are self-alleged machines given complete personality. It's not a surprise they cannot be predicted. What about you, Sheffield? I heard you, Repulse and Renown were acquainted. Are you from the same world? Well, I do not share a world of origin with them. I have known them for quite some time. Broadly speaking, we met very shortly after they left their home. Afterward, the three of us fought for a long time under the same organization and we got separated during a major operation. Following that, I met Her Majesty and decided that I would work with her. I apologize for the sparse details. To truly explain my past requires too much additional context to fit in a chat at the table. It's alright. What you've already told me is more than sufficient. They're really so much beyond this world. I'd love to hear the second group story someday. True. Should do that. It's not as though they can't hear what we're saying at this tea party. Pardon? What do you mean? We know Glorious. We know this tower's secret as well as why you locked yourself away here, alone for all this time. I see. Glorious pauses for a moment, then takes a silent sip of her tea. I'm the final glory of the Royal Navy. No matter what happens, I must not fall. At that moment, the Rose Tower pierced the sky with its light. The clouds that covered the Royal Islands for 100 years cleared up for the first time. It was though the earth, the eels, the rivers, everything that remained in this land had some sort of connection to the Rose Tower. The Rose Tower existed on the Royal Islands, and the Royal Islands also existed inside the Rose Tower. As for Gloria, she turned into specks of light and disappeared into thin air as soon as the tower's light shone. Huh? Glorious is gone! We knew this was coming. Don't worry about her. She just retreated inside the tower to fulfill the duty imposed on her. We'd better prepare ourselves too. Come, the battle is starting. Oh shit, let's go! That was truly the calm before the storm, huh? Let's go preparing for war. When the tower begins to shine for the first time, I've already taken my place in the command center built by compiler. The monitor shows an impressive breadth of information on our allied forces. More than 200 production lines, 172 Types 2 mass-produced fleets. Thanks to the help of Glorious, she has not fully utilized the facilities under her control, but she has kept them maintained. With the reconnaissance data collected over the past 100 years, I've discovered the resources, reserves, and backup plans created by this world's compiler and omitter. Within 6 hours, I can start at least 100 production lines and reform at least 70 Types 2 mass-produced mixed fleets. In the sparse few hours, she would have just ready to go to war. It all looks like ruins to me, but you see resources in it all. The Antiochus are incredibly efficient in utilizing resources. By the way, can you only produce Type 2 models? Can you create flying fleets? Flying fleets, Ayo? Unfortunately, I did not have the Council's permission to do so. Okay, what's the most powerful model available to you? The standard Type 5 model. I thought 4 was the last one, but they have Type 5 now. Higher model numbers require a more complex production process, increasing both resources and time cost. Type 3 will suffice for experiments in test sites, Type 4 is only for reserve use, and Type 5 is only for extreme situations caused by factors beyond the experiments. So don't be misled by the current data. The only reason we can mobilize so many forces in such little time is that we are consuming existing reserves. Without support from a mainframe, sustained production is unlikely, and battlefield micromanagement will be limited. Okay, makes sense. That is why I've chosen Type 2 mass-produced ships and simple cannon fodder, prioritizing our goal of stalling for time. I see, prioritizing raw numbers, yeah. I like that plan. Though our ultimate goal is buying time, that doesn't mean we can afford to focus all of our forces around the Rose Tower right away. We have multiple combat sectors available to us, and the enemy has no unified control structure.
That means that intercepting them in the outside sectors is the ideal strategy, using space to buy more time. As a person most familiar with battlefields here, Glorious will take charge of everything from the Rose Tower. Elizabeth, Belfast and Vanguard will assist in defending the first combat sector. Sector 2, 3 and 6 will be defended by Compiler Siren Fleet, assisted by Renown and Repulse, those most experienced with fighting alongside Sirens. Miss D and I will be working with compilers through the process. I put Lion's team in charge of the 4th sector. They'll use the Mesectet's mobility to secure strategic advantages. The 5th sector is vast enough for the Queen's Light to exploit, so I assign Elizabeth's Meta's team to it. At the same time, Compiler will operate Siren facilities in surrounding combat sectors, and other sea region to disrupt the enemies on a wide scale. Combat commencement signal received from Glorious. Per your request, I have transferred authority over 1/3 of the Siren Fleet in the 2nd combat sector to you. Permissions in the command center have been opened to you as well. We will remain here and command the battlefield until it is time to retreat to the Rose Tower. Do you object? Not at all. Good, let us begin.
Let's go, baby, let's go. Classic 2 Mimic Entities. Let's do it. Let's absolutely freaking do it. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, get 'em, boys. The battle continues from dawn through dusk, led into the night and to the following dawn. Our allies take every measure to whittle away at the extra-dimensional forces, but we lose breathing room by the hour. After a night of combat, almost all of our enemies have changed their priorities to attacking the Rose Tower. Corpses have stopped piling up around the buzz of the full moon. But they are starting to pile up in the sectors neighboring the Rose Tower, to the extent that mimic entities could start appearing at any time. Sunrise is coming. Lions and Elizabeth Meta's team have retreated to the 1st sector to build a new defensive line, and Compiler has diverted resources there. Miss D and I plan to retreat alongside her, as planned. However...
Yeah! Assistant! Assistant! This is bad. Really, really bad! Class 2 Mimics entity just popped in. It's so over. We're dead.
Class 2? Through the command center monitor, I witnessed the birth of mimic entities from extra-dimensional corpses. White biomasses and black metal melt together into a soupy mixture that melts with the earth to create a chaotic ocean. Within, countless individuals made of the reconstituted corpses begin to wriggle and writhe. Even more informed creatures clamor above, below, and between them amidst the chaos. They aren't like the mimic entities I've seen before. What makes them categorically different? Does that mean there are class 1, 3, and 4 mimics as well? What are the criteria for these classifications?
Shush you! You won't get anything out of me if you keep peppering me with questions. Listen up, assistant. All that matters is that we run. We're dead meat if those things touch us.
Unfortunately, the horde of mimic entities spawned close to the command center. That's what we get for trying to use geography to our advantage. We're likely to be surrounded if we stay here. Let's hurry back to the Rose Tower. Renown, reports, do you know why she called us class 2 mimics entities? You're really fixating on that, aren't you? But I don't know either. Neither do I. We distinguish between mimic entity and mimic beast by size, and we give them level according to their combat capabilities. However, I have never heard of this sort of categorization. This might be related to Miss D's amnesia.
Assistant, hurry up! Get out of here!
Okay, compiler, executive vac plan.
Orders received. There is no vector zone in the sky as of yet. We may avail ourselves of aerial support. Setting base self-destruct countdown. Now departing.
Alright, we lost our first base of defense.
Mamote misaru!
Yeah, boys! Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang! Huge! Bop, bop. Bang, 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 bang. Bop, 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 bop. Kaboo! Mimic entities haven't appeared on our escape route, so there's no need to leave the river and detour. The Type 2 mass-produced fleet protecting our rear is no match for the mimic entities, but they're effective enough as obstacles. Renown and Repulse quickly dispatching extra-dimensionals ahead of us, as well, making our retreat a smooth one. Like the ex-mimic entities from the Martyrium, they become vector zones when destroyed, allowing them to spawn anew. But this time extra-dimensionals are mixed among the things spewing out of the vector zones. Why? Extra-dimensionals are much weaker than mimic entities, and the corpses don't fully convert to mimics. Does that just make the vector zones less effective? Commander, hear me. Helena, have you found our coordinates? Magician, a trap. Our communications are being sabotaged. I can't hear her well. Listen, can't save you this time. Watching you. Follow your heart. If you want to save them, can't, then run. I got 20 Quay oral salvo for this, and I cleared the banner in 20 pools. Let's go! Insane! It took me 50 pulls, I believe. No matter what, I'm by your... Helena! Helena! Damn, we've been totally cut off. Mimic entity KittyKathee. Damn, look at this shit. I need the wishing well sucking my cubes. I haven't pulled on the wishing well yet. I'll probably do that soon. Probably not today, another day. Maybe I'll record it, I don't know. Bang bang!
Mamote miseru.
I need to see who you can pick. Or who I'm gonna pick, I haven't decided yet. Bang 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 bang.
Mamote miseru.
Huge!
Kaboom!
Good work, Commander. Leave this sector to us now. I've opened a path through the barrier. Please proceed into the Rose Tower.
As soon as we approach the Rose Tower defensive lines at the first combat sector, I spot the Queen's light soaring through the sky. Our strategic retreat has gone well so far. From here on out, this operation isn't a beat for time, it's a life or death siege, sorry. There's still room for retreat behind the defensive line. It can be brought all the way to the tower, if need be. But after that, we're cornered. Chariot, you have to get here soon. For real, Charioto! Out of date again? Bruh. So many patches. I mean, this update has been incredibly scuffed so far, so it makes sense. Let me see here. Since I'm here, I might as well, yeah, complete those commissions. Alright, back to the story. Sorry about that. Story time by a hair. Episode 8-3. Let's check it out. 10 more to go. SQ 4577 Royal Islands Rose Tower somewhere inside the tower. Yeah, I spammed the story and a lot of it was still in Japanese and Chinese, baby. Yeah, me too. I've been playing since the update has been live. The mimic entities were indeed far more powerful than the extra dimensionals. In just 3 hours of fighting, our defensive line had been pierced in several places. Glorious chose to abandon all outside fronts in favor of focusing on firepower. Apart from the ever-mobile Queen's Light and Compiler's ability to summon Siren mass-produced fleets from odd positions, the Rose Tower's barrier was all we had left. A fierce battle raged outside the barrier. We could hear enormous explosion from even inside the tower. It was then that Elizabeth summoned me to the chamber of the tower.
Servants, the situation is only worsening. Our last line of defense is in a precarious state. There's no sign of Chariot coming to save us. It's time we seriously consider a final retreat. Shall we use the Queen's Light in Camelot stealth mode? We should be able to evacuate everyone safely. We can take Lion's party and glorious alike. Whatever the case, our decision must be swift. Escape will become much more difficult when the barrier breaks. As it stands, we can last 6 more hours. No, maybe even longer. The metas aren't made to be on the receiving end of a siege, and Compiler isn't much help under these circumstances. The longer we fight, the more of a risk we're taking. We've done everything we can. Relying on the Antiochus will only get us so far. Besides, they only care for their own needs. They don't care what sacrifices it takes as long as they've killed the X in the end. Whether it be us, you, or their own selves. The simple killing machines that stop at nothing in the name of salvation. I understand that you've made contact with Antiochus through some channel unknowns to me, so maybe you consider your relationship a good one. But think about it, what if everything you've been through is just another part of their plan? Further, how could you be certain that they haven't discarded the plan entirely? A world in Lion's world is safe. The meta version of me destroyed the buds of the 2 worlds you were particularly concerned over too. Of course it's cruel to simply abandon all of the other 400 worlds. I'm not saying I want to, but we must face reality. Just surviving and protecting the people we love is already too much for us to handle. If we die for nothing today, then what will they do? The world is constantly in danger, be it at the hands of sirens or the X, of the very people of that world, or of some other things we've never faced before. Things happen in places we can see and in places we can't. We know gods, and we know messiahs.
That may be, but even if we can't change the result, we can still make a difference. We can't turn a blind eye to tragedy just because it's going to happen either way. We've decided the Sirens' methods are wrong, and because of that, we walk a different path. To be indifferent is to be the same as them.
You're right, that's why I continue to search for allies, and that's why you've saved other test sites. It has to be done one step at a time. We can't expect to fix everything in one fell swoop. If you must, then you may regret today's losses. Curse your own powerlessness, and swear that you'll never let it happen again. But right here, right now, impossible means impossible. As I recall, you said we're ready to retreat if necessary.
Yeah, you're right, I admit. But I'm afraid I just need more time. Our friends are still holding out. It's not time to beat a hasty retreat. Not yet.
Had a feeling you'd say that.
Did Elizabeth Meta put you up to this?
Half and half, really. You get 6 hours and not a minute longer.
6 hours. When the time comes, we're leaving no matter what.
That's all I needed. I'm going back to the battlefield. Also, I hear some among us are less willing to wait. They plan to leave ahead of us. Not to name any names, but they're kind of girls who don't fall before my role or authority. You'd best think of how to calm them.
Lie inside, most likely. Immediately after Elizabeth's departure, Lion rushes over to me. Had a feeling. Commander, I've been looking for you. We've been fighting for long enough. Is this arbiter of yours coming or not? Chariot will come, I assure you. I just can't tell you when. You said that last time. Our fight has gone on for 2 straight days. Everyone is at their limit. Elizabeth Ritual when? Bro, I said it like, I feel like I keep saying this over and over every time the topic comes. I think a retrofit won't be good enough for Queen Elizabeth, straight up. Because like we literally got characters that buff her Royal Navy like she should have for a long time, right? So I feel like at this point, if we get an SR retrofit Queen Elizabeth, that's not gonna be enough. We need a better version of those buffs, dude. I really hope they just make a UR Queen Elizabeth. Straight up. Like, if Queen Elizabeth was super rare and the retrofit was UR, I would be satisfied. But she's not. That's the problem. I think we need better. I think we need a new UR for her. I really hope we get some. She needs some love, dude. Jesus Christ. Even the art is outdated. It's pretty sad. Those mimic entities, the X, are foes you'll have to learn to fight sooner or later. True. I understand that it's difficult, but consider this necessary experience for your future survival.
Good morning, Black Yoshi Star. What's up?
Agreed. The thing is, we can't do anything with that experience if we die in the hellhole. Who's going to tell the people back home what we've learned here? Is it just me or does it seem like she isn't quite demanding to leave early? Like a Kyuuto's vibe? Yeah, exactly. I still have many more great exploits to accomplish. I won't lay down my life for those of my ship girls for a pointless venture. I get it, she's looking for a reason to keep up the struggle. Good news, Elizabeth and I have decided that we're retreating in 6 hours. Sorry I didn't leave with that. Some funny, I joined the stream and said good morning, 5 seconds later I got banned. Pretty funny, that's how everybody is going. It is what it is. How are you? I'm good. Whether chariot comes or not, we have other ways to share information on the Sirens and Arbiters. Even putting compiler aside, Miss D and her whale are inextricably tied to the Arbiters. 6 hours, eh? Very well, then I'm going back to the Messectet to keep up the fight. See you then. Elizabeth and Lion are set on retreat, so even Arbiters aren't especially speedy when it comes to dealing with problems across the world. This game is so lame, it's a gacha game. If Chariot isn't here in 6 hours, then we'll have to abandon this world. The bets leading to Rume's resistance and suddenly leaks have already been destroyed. If we can evacuate everyone, including Glorious Meta, then this mission could be considered a success, but she's been fighting for this world all on her lonesome for so long now. Would she willingly live alongside us? I need to discuss this with her. True! The gloriousest choice. Oh boy, dude, I really hope she comes with us though. Alright, let's do it. Keep on freaking going! Welcome back, Kate! Glorious hasn't taken one foot out of the war room ever since the Rose Tower switched to interception mode. However, a passage has opened for carrier aircraft that connects the Rose Tower and the outside. It allows her to dispatch her air wings without issue. Hello, Commander. Are you here to discuss the retreat? You knew about it. Miss Elizabeth and Miss Lion each went to meet you, and have you come to me? I assume that's why you're here. I've heard that the Sirens give serial numbers to their test site. You and your group are from test site Beta, correct?
What kind of world is it? That's a pretty vague question. If you ask me, it's a beautiful world filled with life, hope, and endless possibilities. A world that overcame the fate imposed on it. It should come. Overcame the fate imposed on it. A beautiful world filled with so many lovely things. That's wonderful. It must be even better with someone as great as your Miss Elizabeth around. Do you happen to know the serial number of this world? SQ 4577486. The test site SQ number, I see. This too once was a beautiful world filled with life, hope, and endless possibility. Commander, you did not give up on your home. Neither will I give up on mine. Glorious. You've crossed paths with many a meta. I'm sure some of them have given up on their worlds, while others are looking for a new place to call home. I respect their decisions and wish them the best. I, however, cannot and will not give up. In truth, you don't want to give up on this world either, do you? If you did, you wouldn't have persuaded the others to keep fighting as long as they can. Even so, things are what they are. Nothing will change even if we give it our all. That's your reasoning, so reluctantly agreed on a retreat. I'm sorry, but yeah. That's a logical decision I arrived at by considering the circumstances. I just cannot wager all their lives on this. Logical, you say? Logic is not what has kept this tower standing for 100 years. You're wrong, Commander. You've not yet seen the true limit of the Rose Tower. This does not scratch the surface of her strength. The noble girl has moved to the center of the hall, sword in hand. I've seen the sword before. It was in Elizabeth's treasure collection. Is that the Sword of Mercy? I am the final glory of the Royal Navy. I shall now let it shine radiantly. All souls resting beneath the tower, all prisoners captive within it, I awaken ye. For one final glorious battle. Excalibur! The originally sealed-off hole begins to expand outward infinitely. Amid countless rooms, countless fragments of light glitter, I see the grand ambition that Elizabeth had when the war began. We'll build a great tower, a tower able to protect all of the royal islands, and its name shall be the Rose Tower. This is the moment the tower was born. As the war turns increasingly violent, the land beneath the tower becomes a resting place for heroes. We shall keep fighting until we achieve flawless victory, and the last drop of blood spills. Rest in peace, Lady Hood. And this is Hood's funeral. Ah! The funerals! One funeral after another is held, until eventually all the mourners themselves end up in a grave. A suffocating loneliness hangs in the land beneath the Rose Tower. I'm the only one left. I must not die before I carry out my duty. I simply must not die. I am glorious, the bearer of the Royal Navy's glory. As long as I breathe, its glory remains intact. Yes, I understand now. Heed me, Rose Tower. I will be your protector. Together, we will protect the Royal Islands. Glorious is the tower, and the tower is her. Persona! Lights and shadows begin to gather in the endlessly expanding space. There are faces not the same. In them, some familiar and others unknown. Some brimming with life and others devoid of it. The glow and sway gently, almost like candle flames blowing in the wind, yet just barely staying lit. Each time a light or shadow appears, the light given off by the tower grows even brighter. Its barrier becomes sturdier, yet it begins emitting light with the destructive power that its surroundings. The mimic entities along with their vector zones are reduced to dust in the light. For a while, the area around the Rose Tower becomes a sans no man's land. Far away, the sea begins to billow, and a fierce rising tide advances on the Royal Islands' coastlines. Long since sunken wreckages of mass-produced ships of the Royal Navy and its allies rise to the surface. Those still with functioning propellers charge desperately toward the enemy, while those with working cannon bombard them instead. Lastly, the ones with only power left martyrize themselves in an explosion. Even the ones reduced to nothing but wrecks ride the wave toward land, battering any enemy they collide with. The carcasses of its extra dimensionals and even the mimic's vector zones are all destroyed and diluted by the impact of this rising tide. Well, I can't explain it, I just know that this is a miracle created through the sheer faith of the Royal Navy. A miracle of the power of thoughts. It comes at a cost. With each attack from the Rose Tower, more lights and shadows vanish. The mimic's entities will one day revive in this boundless rising tide and feast on these wreckages, making themselves even stronger. In this moment, though, excess forces have finally fallen to a disadvantage. Oh, pick! Impending decision. Let's see it. We're so close. Reaching the end, boys!
When the lights and shadows appeared, my field of vision expanded to a bird's eye view of the whole battlefield in an instant. Then the next moment I was brought back to the war room. The door was closed, yet I already knew what kind of miracle had transpired on the other side. Rather than disturb Glorious, I explained what was happening in the Rose Tower to Lion and Elizabeth, then rearranged her forces with Compiler and her team. Currently, Elizabeth Meta has taken back the Queen's Light, and Compiler's vessels has returned to the Rose Tower. We've sent back all the forces, except the Siren mass-produced ships, to appear, as sporadically as ever, to the glowing Rose Tower. Part of the reason is practical. We can't coordinate our fleets around the Rose Tower's attacks. The other part is that the only one among us, excluding Elizabeth, that can deal any significant damage to the mimic entities is the Rose Tower. What we can do for now is lick our wounds and wait. Hot. Cleopatra, Trinidad, Gallant. Good, Miss Governor, all our units have safely evacuated. We can finally breathe. This battle was beyond my wildest imagination. Do you concur, Trafalgar? Could you have foreseen this happening before our journey? No, I was prepared for a battle of some kind, but only one in the realm of swords and cannons. Instead, we were faced with an enemy that was impossible to describe. Aye, I was also astonished by the Rose Tower and the cohesion of this world's royal navy. Who are we, by comparison? Sure, the sun always shines upon our realm, and nothing has the strength to challenge us. What of our faith, though? Can the realm of the never-setting sun, with its constituents all moving in different directions, must have faith comparable to this? With our cohesion gone, how will we stand up against the threats such as we face here in the future? Indeed, we don't even hold a candle to them. I read the files Elizabeth gave me. The reason our realm turned out like this is because the Sirens purposely made it so. Our victory against them and our technological revolution, too, were but a deliberate part of their plan. You see, when we fought them, we never went under the ice cap of Antarctica. Right now, they're no doubt coldly and silently observing us somewhere deep in the ocean, planning their next experiment. Meanwhile, our realm is completely oblivious to them, slowly wasting away amidst a false peace. Dude, I wonder if we'll get another event in their realm when we have to fight, they decide to rebel against the one experimenting on them still. That would be badass, dude. We must do something. Yes, we have to take action. We'll cut out the tumor that is Siren in its entirety and truly unite the realm. Then we'll prepare for the true enemy that will come one day. We have much work ahead of us, Trafalgar. Yatta! The Rose Tower's attacks are gradually weakening and the rising tide is calming down. The time for a final decision has come. It seems the final miracle is wrapping up. 6 more hours have passed and 6 hours have passed than the 6 hours you promise. 6 more hours have passed than 6 hours you promised, so it's 12 hours, right? Is that what you're saying?
Commander, the one we're all waiting for still hasn't come. It is time to retreat.
That does seem to be our only option. Is it possible to take Glorious with us, with the way she is now?
It would have been possible previously. Now it isn't. She has merged and become one with the concept of the Rose Tower. There is no cutting her loose.
No! Become one with the concept. Cut her loose. Hey, how about using Miss Deal's whale?
Are you serious?
It was a shot at least.
Even supposing that it was, do you really think she'll come along just like that?
I want to see if she will. I decided to withdraw and gave up on saving those worlds I've never seen because I'd done my best and still failed. But Glorious is a different matter. I could just watch and do nothing while she chooses to die. I haven't done my best at convincing her.
That's the thing. You cannot. But perhaps the other Elizabeth could. Or maybe even... Bah, we shall do it ourselves. In the meanwhile, you should thoroughly figure out how to draw power from the whale.
I will, thank you.
You're welcome. If there is a possibility to save her, then we don't wish to see her fall any more than you do. Now go, we need to prepare.
Man, I'm starting to starve, bruh. I'm so hungry. That's crazy because I ate like 4 hours ago. I ate just before the stream. But now I just want to eat some snack or some shit, you know? Quick food break? I don't really have anything to quickly snack on. Yeah, I just don't, bruh. Yeah, I just don't, bruh. Yeah, I don't, bruh. I can't do that, bruh. Nah, I'll just... Honestly, I'm saying I'm hungry. Maybe I'm just being, how do you call it? Gluttonous? No, not really.
Gourmand? Nah, there's a better word for that. Anyway, I'm sure I can last longer. I'll just eat pasta after the stream. After parting way with Elizabeth Meta, I called for Miss D, who'd been killing time by riding a whale. I didn't know how I was going to draw power from the whale, but I had a lead. The abnormal phenomenon Miss D and the whale experienced after entering unusual spaces. It happened both with the martyrium and the bud of the full moon just earlier. Luckily, Glorious was also inside an unusual space. I knew something would happen if I brought Miss D there. I contacted Elizabeth and Lion separately and told them to prepare to evacuate. Then I contacted Compiler as well. Hordes of mimic entities had started approaching again ever since the Rose Tower's offense weakened. Compiler had commanded her newly repaired mass-produced army to engage them at the front line. I stressed that she should not blow herself up and instead should evacuate with Elizabeth. After that, I took Miss D and brought her to the war room. Are we talking about Compiler? Yeah, we don't want Compiler to blow herself up. Fuck that. The door to the war room isn't locked. I simply push it open and end up in the endlessly expanding space again. There are hardly any lights of shadow left. Most of them have turned a greyish colour. Glorious holds onto her sword, sitting beside a lavish throne.
Commander, splendid timing. I was just thinking about calling you. The Rose Tower's offensive is nearing its end. I suggest that you get ready to retreat.
Her body trembling, she just about manages to rise to stand up.
You and your companions more than performed in your duties as allies in the previous battle. I am honored to have fought by your side until the very last moment.
What are you going to do now?
Please, don't make me repeat myself again. As I said before, I cannot leave the Rose Tower. Even if I could, I wouldn't. If the Royal Navy's glory is destined to fade today, I shall resign myself to that destiny. I've done what I could. I've done everything I could. So now, well, I suppose I'll end things with a great fireworks show after you've withdrawn. To celebrate the Rose Tower having served its duty and to provide cover for your retreat.
It's not over yet, Glorious. Wait a little longer.
A little longer.
Miss D, have you felt anything since we entered this place?
Nope. But now that you mention it, maybe I do.
Let's try with the well then.
Then, well, the well's just fine. Hey, assistant, stop hitting it or you'll break it.
Damn, no response whatsoever.
What are you trying to do?
I'm looking for a way to save you.
Commander, really, it's fine. It's my choice to share the fate of this land. I'm okay with it.
I'm not, and I won't give up now. Oh, damn, wrecked. I was designed it, so maybe it needs some weird activation phrase.
I said stop hitting it! Stop it already! Ouch!
But why? I could give you a dozen reasons why, and you'd refute them one by one. You've simply been through too much and shouldered the burden alone. I get it. I understand you on that front, so I won't try to persuade you with words. I won't try to persuade you with words. Yeah, sorry, I misread. All I say is that I don't agree with your choice because I don't like it. I can't stand the thought of you choosing to die in front of me when I might still be able to save you. Don't ask about what my logic is, because there is none. I want to save you, that's all there is to it. That's a logic of a kind. Out of nowhere, an enormous whale appears below me and leaps up. It activated? It did, apparently. A strange amount of time passes. It feels like an eternity, yet seems like an instant. When my mind returns to reality, I find myself back where it just was, except now the entire space around me feels different.
What just happened? We're gonna feel the Rose Tower's presence anymore.
Isn't it a good thing that you can't?
The endless space collapses and shrinks in an instant. Next thing I know, I'm back in the fancy hall. The queen sits on the throne far across from me. She gazes down at me with a smile.
Your Majesty.
I witnessed your battle in its entirety. In fact, not just I, but everyone present here.
Why are you here, Your Majesty?
You made a miracle happen for someone else's sake, so now I've made one happen for you. It's only fair, no? All of us, from those in here to those out there, witnessed your battle. You're truly powerful, wielding both superior technology and combat potential. I knew I made the right choice. On behalf of the realm of the never-sinking sun, I offer my sincerest gratitude to you who rushed to our aid. Give my thanks to all the rest, Commander. The Queen gives me a playful wink, then figures start to fade into transparency. Since the time is upon me.
Your Majesty.
Gloria stifles her trembling voice and forces herself to calm down.
I hereby issue my report. There was a response to our distress signal. Our allies brought a fleet to support us.
Yes, they certainly did. I'm proud of you, Glorious. You accomplished your mission with flying colors. I will now give you a new mission. Leave. Witness the brighter future that all of us should have gotten.
As you wish, Your Majesty.
As for you, my sworn ally, take care of our Glorious.
I will. I swear it on my name, Queen Elizabeth.
Good. Now it's time for me to leave the Rose Tower. It's a monarch's duty to protect their subject to the very end. As soon as your business is done, leave this place post-haste. Also, order me, do one last thing for me and help hold a grand funeral for this Royal Navy. I feel as though Elizabeth Meta's consciousness silently acknowledges in the far-off distance.
They can't glorious. It does seem like it.
The Queen becomes vividly opaque again, and the light around us that was on the brink of extinguishing brightens up again. I don't have the luxury of staying to watch whatever will come next. Just as she had her duty as the Queen, I have my duty as the Commander. That is bringing everyone home safely.
Damn! Alright, the grand finale. Let's see it.
I left the Rose Tower with Glorious and Miss D to find that the remaining ship girls were all ready for departure. Elizabeth met us at the train's cabin, waiting to go. Compiler was aboard, positioning a force to cover our retreat. Finally, by some miracle, Lion had crammed the entire mess octet inside the rearmost train car. The very moment the tower's barrier opened, the Queen's light lifted up into the air and took off. It was, at last, time to bid farewell to this world. As we rise in altitude, we slowly start to see the full picture through the train's windows. Flames of war burning everywhere, vast swaths of land ruthlessly destroyed, and a tragic cherry on top. The Rose Tower died in a bloody red. Ah! It musters its final morsel of strength from its soul to set everything on fire, going out in a literal blaze of glory. Just like a rose in full bloom. All along, you designed the tower with this day in mind. It's truly beautiful, Your Majesty. First, the tower crumbles and the rest of the world meets its demise. After that, the same befalls the birds of the new moon. I did everything I could, including saving everyone who could be, and I still failed in the end. Suddenly,
Peak Chariot is here!
a buzzing sound. A strange buzzing sound that echoed through the air and land. All vibrations, and even the Queen's light engine, stopped for a moment. An oddly familiar feeling came over me. I braced for the worst, anticipating that the star beast had finally come out of hiding. Instead, what happened next was so shocking that it blew away all my misgivings. This is Arbiter, the Chariot 7. I will not take over the post-factum cleanup of this test site. Death, where are you? I'm here to help.
Love her! Absolutely love her! Dude, Chariot is so cool. Holy crap.
In the blink of an eye, countless flying platforms appeared out of thin air. They range in size and shape, with the smallest clocking at several meters and the largest stretching on 4 kilometers. Swarms of using the metric system based. Swarm of combat mechs poured out of them like rain, amassing on the surface and advancing like a stream of steel. War had begun again. The platforms fired a pinpoint volley that instantly pulverized the mimic entities and beasts, sending them back to a vector zone. The vector zones in turn were divided into tiny ribbons by the storm of steel rushing across the surface. Then Chariot's secret weapon descended upon the earth, the Mech Arbiter. It was equipped with specialized weapons specifically for dealing with vector zones. A discharge from these weapons rendered the innumerable shredded vector zone into nothing but harmless dust. Chariot's army set a sight on the next target, the buds of the full moon. One after another, the birds are cleaved in two. Booming explosions resound with that pause. This is what it looks like an Arbiter leads the Antiochus army into battle. When an Arbiter, probably a word missing. There's been a lot of typo and errors in this update, but it is what it is. So much power, overwhelmingly so. The kind of power that would break any foe's spirit. This battle that was so bleak for us turned around in an instant with Chariot's arrival. She crushed this amorphous enemy like they were bugs under her boots. It makes all our hard-fought battles before seem like a farce. No, that's not true. That's not true! They have their way of fighting, and we have ours. It's thanks to Glory's 100-year struggle that we got an opportunity to come to this world's support. In the same vein of desperate defense for the past few days gave Antiochus time to arrive with the army. It's all connected. This wouldn't have come to be if any single party in this were missing. We're lucky the Chariot got in here in time. This war may be doomed to destruction, but at least its invader will fall with it. True! And all those worlds connected by the birds are saved now. Yay! I was right about one more thing about Antiochus. As long as X exists, Char will divert all our resources toward dealing with them. The Rose Tower and the Queen's Light weren't even on our targets list. Yo, Blade, thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Now, after the initial shock of this development, the air aboard the train is regaining its calm. Unbelievable. That is Antiochus and their army.
Do you think we could land and try to ally with her?
Please be sensible, Miss Governor. You haven't even persuaded Compiler to your side yet. It borders on the miracle that she's letting us go. Approaching her would be beyond foolhardy. Gotta agree. Same, she'll pump us full of lead if we come close, even if we don't act hostile. Let's not poke the bear, okay?
Alright. I just thought it was worth considering. On another subject, Glorious, the land I preside over just so happens to be in need of an aircraft carrier. I'd like to formally invite you to join the fleet and oversee the Nile with me. What do you say?
That's a most gracious offer of you, but I'm afraid I must decline. I've already decided I will accompany the commander to Tesai Beta.
Damn. Lion got cocked, bro. I'm not joking or being polite with this offer. I'm serious. Would you at least take it seriously?
Very well. I truly and seriously appreciate the kind gesture.
And very seriously, refuse. Poor Lion, bro.
That's enough tomfoolery. We aren't out of the woods just yet. We've arrived at your destination. Get your ship and prepare to disembark. You can lounge around when you get home.
We're already there. Well, thank you for giving us a ride. In that case, I bid you farewell, both Lady Elizabeth and you, Commander. If we ever get the chance, I would love to have you as guest in my domain.
I look forward to the day that we'll meet again, our trusted allies. Remember, control the flow of information about X.
I remember. Goodbye, all of you.
I hope we shall meet again, Miss Belfast. Same to you, Miss Cleopatra. Please have a safe journey home. Yay!
After seeing Lion's team off, the train starts heading straight toward the well-concealed Camelot. These few days have been fraught with danger and confusion. We're even forced to fight for our lives. It has yielded good things, however. Elizabeth solidified an alliance, we rescued Glorious, and saved hundreds upon hundreds of worlds from sure destruction, all while bringing everyone home in one piece. I can now with certainty say that this mission has been a great success. Yatta! Arose on the high tower, the end. Ah, that was so cool! Dude, I really liked it. I think that was so good. We still have the EX, right, to clear. We still have a few more here to do, so we'll do those. But yeah, I will say so far, very cool. Alright, let's see. EX1, the price of victory. Ooh, shit. Is there bad news coming up? The Queen's Light, Engine, Camelot, on the way home. This is like the epilogue. Oh, yeah. Blood dyes the lavishly decorated seat red and seeps onto the carpet.
Are you okay? When did you get so badly wounded? Stay with us. Now, I don't know what to call if something happens to you. It's fine. We will not die. Not today. We simply made a major error this time. We need rest. We need quiet rest. Elizabeth, listen carefully. Keep what you're witnessing a secret from everyone. Helena Meta, especially, must not know. Naturally, neither can the commander. This is important. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Don't worry. Good. Tell the others that we're doing just fine. While we rest a moment.
Unknown location. Examination complete. Oh, Hoshu Meta, it's been a while.
Tesai Beta is as unpredictable as ever. There are too many forces at work, too many strings that can be grasped. But they are a tangled mess, which is all the more convenient for me. For now, I need to stay calm and find a place to lay low. After that, it might just be time to get in contact with Yamato.
Yamato? Yamato? Ayo? Yamato confirmed? Peak? Dude, we got to get Yamato this year, surely, right, chat? Surely. Alright, transboundary experiment. Tayside SQ shortly after. So this is after we escaped. In dazzling light, the Rose Tower and everything in the several kilometer radius around it had been obliterated. However, to the observing chariot, Yamato's been mentioned like 4 times now. I know. She's being mentioned so much. She has to show up at some point, for God's sake. To the observing chariot, the impact felt like little more than a soft breeze. What a fantastic local closed circuit. It's a pity, really. Ah, not here either. Oh, Death! I've been looking all over for you. Where are you? Don't bother searching. She's already gone. Oh, the Empress is so pretty, bro. At least this year or next year. I really hope so, bro.
Huh? She is? You solved all of their problems for her. Why would she stay? No, it just mean to leave without saying goodbye, don't you think? There's other reasons.
Playable Empress when I know, dude. I keep saying it. We need the arbiters as playable characters, bro.
Enough complaining. I'll give you the opportunity to leave too. What does that mean? Lovers will come to clean things up before long. After you're done here, go to these coordinates. Moon has important work and needs support. Ah, why do I have to do it? What about Hermit's little trio? They'll all be joining you before long. Hermit, Strength, Temperance, Moon, and me? Is there anyone else I should know about? Yes, actually. Does it need so many of us? Is this a direct order from Zero? Supposedly, the transboundary experiment will be entering stage 3. Okay, I'll go as soon as I can. Good. Empress, do you think we'll make a breakthrough this time? The fact that it's entered stage 3 is a breakthrough in itself.
Okay.
As for what comes after, just do what you can. Right.
Ah, dude. Dude. Like, the setup that's happening here is crazy. Alright, all set. Let's see what this is. Remo, the Never-Setting Sun. Yes, my boy! Now Governor General's District. Port of Alexandria. Let's see it. Guided by the light of the Miracle Recreation Lighthouse of Alexandria, the Mesectet safely returned from war-torn lands and touched down in friendly waters. How I miss you. Now River Delta. The air tastes fresher than ever. Thus ends a great voyage, fraught with danger. This one is sure to go into history books. It feels nice.
Toot toot! We escaped this by centimeter. Yet again. Woo! Go us!
I'm exhausted. I don't think I'll feel right until I've slept for a week or so. Oh my, Miss Governor, listen. We're receiving a deluge of congratulatory telegrams. They show no sign of letting up. People noticed us fast, eh? Awful lot of them didn't think I'd come home in one piece. I replied to the ones from people I know, save those for me, and give perfunctory responses to the others. Oh, and one more thing. Bring me the one from Governor General Valiant personally, if you would. Since Terra Australis and the Solomon Islands apparently aren't enough for her, she's pursuing a third dominion in Antarctica. I must say, that came as a real surprise to me. I'd be remiss if I didn't get one over on her. This is the perfect opportunity to speak out personal for the fight for Antarctica.
Yay! Okay, changing the ashes. Okay. Changing the ashes, let's do it. The Ashes' new headquarters. In front of the newly completed base, Frédéric Delgrosse discussed plans for the future with Takao Meta. This abandoned test site is still well hidden, but as a result of the reset program, we're left with limited resources. I said we should try taking a test site in the early stages of experimentation next. We will need more bases beyond this one, be it for movement of personnel and resources for use of baits. However, we have assets yet to be accounted for and members yet to be collected. We remain cautious and inconspicuous for now. Turn your attention to another test site if you please, but if you need to take action, then do so discreetly. Right, I guess HQ is going to be a boring place for a while. We chose this place because it was inconspicuous. Boring is ideal for our purposes. We're here for greater things than simply building a beautiful new home, as you may recall. At least the greenery around here is nice. If that's all we have to discuss, I'm heading out. Taco, have you heard anything from Enterprise in Essex yet? FDG, as always, perfect. True. No, they must still be following the lead they got from that signal. Does your leader often go so long with that contact? It's anxiety-inducing. You haven't been here long, but you'll get used to it.
Taco, Friedrich, here you just sent us a message.
That's rare. What did she say?
Well, she says Helena, that Helena wants to talk with us.
No thanks. No matter who she thinks she is now, she doesn't share our views. We have nothing to discuss. Should I have Hiryu pass it on? No, I admit I'm curious.
Oh, what's it going to be then?
Tell her we accept, if only to see what she has to say. Might I suggest we put more thought into this answer? Let's wait until we have contact with Enterprise so we can hear her opinion. Think so? I'm hesitant, but I guess it can't hurt anything. It can't hurt anything. Elena's awfully close with Tessai better. I thought you'd be excited to talk to her. Was I wrong about that? Is that what you think? I wouldn't be so sure. It's never good to assume, especially when your information is so clearly lacking. To change the ashes, we must free ourselves from others' manipulation. For now, let's wait and see. There must be a reason for this. Maybe we'll hear news from other sources along the way. Also, let me be clear, it isn't that I don't want to talk to her, it is that I want to hear Enterprise's opinion before I make a decision. Oh, how I hope she contacts us soon. Yeah! And finally, the last beat, EX5 Towers the Guiltless. Tower, man. Okay. Oh, the magician is the beaut. Is this the first time we see her in this form? I feel like this is the first time I see her in this form. Maybe I just forgot, to be honest. Are you satisfied now? Oh, the tower is so pretty, bruh. Holy crap.
I enjoyed the suspense, thrills, and unexpected plot twists. The flashy battles was a nice touch. 82 points, not bad. Going so far as activating Death Sight was your way of solving Moon's problem, wasn't it?
It was a prerequisite to progress the experiment to stage 3. Does that pique your interest?
It does not. What should your experiments have to do with me? Especially not the transboundary experiments. You already know my feelings about that.
Zero formulated these experiments based on her interpretation of Master Arbiter's wishes.
Oh, it's her interpretation. Pretty words, if meaningless. Strange how the tower has no record of that.
I admit that you would know the tower better than I. But the matter is settled, and I have no inclination to relitigate it with you.
Likewise. Wait, something is off. Now isn't the time for chit-chat. That's better. Out of deference toward your competent script writing, and with the knowledge that you'll leave me alone while you're busy, I'll help you. I'll leave space for you to place your special classroom. Rest assured that nobody will monitor it, except for myself.
Okay. You know, the tower of yours has been a thorn in my side.
And whose fault is that? Not mine. Quarrel with whoever is troubling you, not me. You're lucky I haven't pressed you to compensate me for repairs.
If I'll compensate you with resources, will you stop its operation for a time? She's like, no.
I think not. I like my little pets more. Why are you so obsessed with them anyway?
Because of your tower. They got in my way when I was trying to deal with the other pets. Well, I can see that we won't reach an agreement.
But don't we agree that we both like a good show?
I'm waiting for the result of my plan. What about you? What's going on in that head of yours?
Home security, pet rearing, soap operas.
Goodbye.
She never could take a joke. I won't take part in the experiment, but I never said I wouldn't enjoy the show, silly. Now I have two to watch. It's a wonder that nobody noticed this little birdie flying in. Don't worry, I'll never tell. Make sure you entertain me now.
Oh, damn! Damn! That was good, dude! This was actually a great event. I think the story was fantastic. Such high stake, so many so many different point of views like clashing and coming together. I think that was awesome. Like straight up. And then we got the good ending. Like we're friends with the land of the never setting sun. Glorious meta made it out. I think this was fantastic, straight up. I enjoyed this incredibly thoroughly. That was awesome. And then the setup for future themes and events. Dude, that was awesome. That was straight up awesome, dude. I think it was fantastic. Like, big props. They did a great chapter. Obviously, a bit unfortunate that there was a lot of, you know, rough, it was a bit rough around the edges when it comes to the patch, but yeah, sometimes there was these big patches and big events like this. Lots of typos were in there, lots of, like, you know, sentences not being translated properly. But overall, didn't really remove anything from the experience personally. I really enjoyed it. Let me know, what did you guys think of this? This is gonna be on YouTube, so hi YouTube, thank you for watching if you made it this far. Yeah, that was hype. That was really hype. I really enjoyed it like crazy. And I mean, the new ships are awesome. Lion is great. Trafalgar is great. We are getting a big revitalization of the Royal Navy, and I'm super happy about it because I love the Royal Navy. I love so many of the design. I think they look awesome, and this was great. So there we go. That's my thought of it all. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of farming to do. I'll be taking care of the farming, and yeah, again, I was pretty lucky. Only took me 50 pulls to get everyone for the banner here, so that was great. I haven't decided the wishing well yet. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here. So, like, can you choose anything here? Wait, you can even choose UR? Is it only UR that are already released? I assume so, right? You can straight up focus so many characters, bro. Gives hope of possible obtainable sirens you need that aren't the arbiters. Yeah, true. That was so cool to see Compiler there fighting with us, right? Huan Chang, Vittorio Veneto. Like, there's a bunch of characters here I actually don't have, so I might be getting something here. I'm not sure what yet. Ooh, my apologies. It comes to purple this time around. Yeah, I guess so. I assume we can only pick one, right? Kirov, Montpellier, Charybdis, Janus. I don't have Janus, actually. I haven't decided at all who I'm gonna pick here, honestly. So I think I'll think on it at a later date. You can pick two? Okay. Two sheep on which to focus your wishes. You can only choose one ultra-rare sheep, and any other ultra-rare sheep cannot be built in the wishing well. So you can pick basically one UR and any other sheep, or you can pick just any sheep, basically. You can't pick, like, multiple URs. Do I want to pick a UR when I already have all of them? I mean, some of them I don't have maxed out, right? Let me see. I do have Vanguard maxed out, but I could get, like, Shimakaze. Oh, wait, my Vanguard is not maxed out. Oh, maybe I should... Oh, maybe that's a good opportunity to get another Vanguard. But I don't know, man, because, like, I could just straight up get them with Ticket Exchange at some point. Like, I'm pretty close to another UR exchange, I guess. Is there anything you want? Steal in the light pool, aim there first, and the cube cost is less painful. That's true, that's true. That way I can save as much as I can. Well, many light construction pool units are more painful to get due to how crowded the pool is. Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe going for, where is it? Bro, there's so many events right now. Oh, I think it's directly from here. Yeah. Light ship. Like... Charybdis is super cute. Maybe... Oh, Hermione too. Maybe I'll grab, like, Jadis and Hermione or something. In the heavy side... I mean, Huang Cheng is pretty cool. She's a pretty hot lady. I like her. And special ships... I mean, there's so many here I don't have, bro. Archerfier, Centaur... Essex... Wait, I don't have Tai-Ho? I don't have Tai-Ho? Bruh, okay, I need to get Tai-Ho. Like, 1,000,000,000%, bro. Ain't no way. I already have Kazagumo, luckily. I can't believe I don't have Tai-Ho. I need to get Tai-Ho. Prior one. Yeah, you know what? I don't have Perseus either. I've really been... Dude, there's so many characters in here that I want. Like, I kind of want, like, Perseus and Tai-Ho straight up. Impero, Aquila. Man, that's gonna be a tough pick, honestly. In here... I mean... I don't really care that much about those guys. Wait, don't I have Vitoro? I thought I had her. Or is Vitoro obtainable through one of the war thing? Light ship. Like, honestly, in here, I don't really see one that I really, really want right now. Like, maybe Janice. Janice is fucking cute. Hermione also. Dude, this is hard to pick. Le Terrible is also kind of cute. Reno, I don't care. Ingraham, I don't care. Yeah, Aquila is, she's cool. Maybe I'd go like Aquila and Perseus. Maybe... Dude, that's gonna be painful to pick. That's straight up gonna be painful to pick. Anyway, I'll decide that later. This was great. I absolutely loved the event. Story, I'm gonna be doing a lot of farming. It's gonna be pretty exciting. There's also the Villa Resort and all that good stuff. But this was really the story I really wanted to do on stream. The rest I'll probably do off stream, because tomorrow there's a big update for HSR. I was gonna focus on that. But yeah, I'm actually gonna stop it here. So yeah, thank you so much for joining me. Had a great freaking time today. I hope you enjoyed this too. I hope you have a great time with Azur Lane, and I'll catch you on the next stream. Bye, guys. Wait, I can maybe rate someone. Oh, wait, Kyo Wookie is streaming some Lobotomy Corporation. I did rate her last time. Can't stop me from rating her a second time. Let's do it. I picked Janice and Pompeo Magno. Fair enough. I think I'll think hard about who I want, and I'll decide like this. Anyway, go raid, go say hi, go give some love, and I'll catch you on the next one. Bye, guys!